All right, how's everybody doing out there? G-Man S7 Doc Holiday in the house. Hope you're all doing well. um, right now we're gonna release the farmers market tonight after we give you a little bit of a tour of it. Uh, and we'll get into some of the other things as well. Right now I am adding some greenhouses so we can get some products for for my farmer's market to show you how it works. So let's see if I can. Now I'm getting a lot of object collides with an object. Oh, it must be too close to the road on this one. Trying to place my greenhouses in a nice row here. Let's see. Grab a couple more. We'll grab the raspberry greenhouse. And I'm going to place the farmer's market over on the big lot next to where the BGA is for this test, and hopefully all goes well. Yeah, there is issues with objects colliding with objects on the road here by... I'll have to check that out, because that's the one field that everybody had issues with farm with hired workers getting the edges. So do I get any lag problems with all these mods? Not that I've seen yet, so I think it's been working out pretty well. I think they have it very well oiled. Is there herbicide factory yet, or we still have to just buy it? Right now you're going to have to buy it because I did not want to make herbicide from fertilizer like the other mods out there, and later on, probably quite a while down the road though, we will be bringing in some new products where X-Man's been doing some research on some products that are used actually to make herbicide, and we're gonna kind of make some type of product line to make it ourselves. Yeah, so I don't know if you heard him. I gotta turn him up. But they have one in the pack on Hot Productions. A Roundup factory. Exactly. I've got some stuff in the works though, and got 3 more pieces over to X-Man for testing that we'll release to you, hopefully with all of the rest of the wood products on Wednesday's show, but we'll get you the farmer's market tonight. It is working. I just need to get some products. I'm going to go over the train bridge. No, I'm not. I'm trying to get over the road. I'm going to we'll take a shortcut. There we go. Then you need a lawyer. Yeah, you can't hear X-Man. X-Man, are you there still? Let me see if I can turn you up. Can you hear? Say something again. Nope, I turned him right off. How about now? I can hear him. I'm trying to adjust inputs. I think that might be good.
Everybody hear me?
Holy, yep, we got you now. Oh yeah. Can you guys hear him? You should be able to hear him now. I have the desktop audio turned down too. Let me crank that up a little bit. Maybe you'll be able to hear him better with that now. I certainly can. Okay, JD Van said no. Say something one more time. I think I got it now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Well, anyhow, more. More what? More, he's blasting my eardrums off here. He's super low. Alright, we'll crank that up. This crazy headphones has little dials. Try it one more time.
Hey, everybody.
No, desktop audio is just not coming up very loud. So I don't know where you are. A little higher. That's about all I can do right now.
Alright, can you hear me now?
I can hear you fine. I think that Streamlabs isn't catching the audio there or something because it's not moving the audio, it's just moving my mic audio and the desktop from the game. They can barely hear you. They're probably hearing you through my headset because you're very soft. Let me see if I can figure that out. I don't know. Audio. I can crank you up user volume, but man, I'm gonna have to turn you down in my headset for sure. Go ahead, say something.
You hear me now?
I didn't do anything. Didn't do a darn thing. Settings. Nope, they can't hear you. Boop, boop. I'm trying to find the happy setting for you guys. I got you way up. And I can hear you fine, but for some reason it's not getting out to the stream. Well, anyway, if I can relay messages for you if you need to. So anyway, he was saying that they do have a herbicide maker over on by Hot Productions or whatever they're called over on the Global Company website, but it uses fertilizer to make the herbicide, which to me is kind of strange. But so we're gonna work on something later on, but you could use that for now. What is we got? Reliant Robin Crew. What XML do I do? What do you mean? What XML do you do? What do you do for what? I'm gonna fire up these orchards by buying products so I can get some stuff for our apple production is active. Whoops. Let's go down and get some apricots going. Now, if you watched Wednesday's stream, we had some issues that we ran into. I did do an update over on the Mod Center, ! Mod Center. If you didn't get the updates right after the show and the next day on all the orchards and greenhouses to fix everything that we had plus more. So they should be good. I'm pretty sure we've got everything nailed down in these now. I haven't had any issues since. With the orchards, there was an occasional error that was thrown with the small pallets because they were getting deleted before the mass was detected because they were so small. So I slowed down the how fast they empty. They take a little bit of time to empty now, not too much, just enough so that it hangs around long enough for the mass detection to take place all the time, which is only, it literally didn't even happen all the time. Did I do that one? Red cabbage. And we'll get the products for that. I think I got them all. That's active. Lettuce is active. So I've grabbed 3. Banana orchard. Storage. Oh, we won't have anything in storage yet. Banana orchard is active. Apricot orchard is active. Alright. And our apple orchard. So they're all good. Yep. We've got some stuff up here. I'm going to fast forward a whole day and fill up my products here on the map. So we have some stuff to do some testing with. And I might as well wait till it stops raining too. Alright. 7. Okay, we stopped it in time. Alright, I'm going to place for your first viewing for the farmer's market for the first time live. You get to see just what it looks like. I bought this field right here. It will fit. It is pretty big. It's monstrous. But you can place it down by clicking on the button. Soap, lye, and salt. I know. Yeah, there you go. Soap, lye, and salt. Yeah. Alright, so let's take a ride over and we'll show you the farmer's market and how that's going to work. And then we're going to have to bring a truck over here and get some products, give it a test, show you everything that has to do with it. Now, we ran into several issues with the farmer's market. I did as I was creating it, and there are issues that still have to do with the global company script, so I had to create some workarounds. But it doesn't look much like what you seen the other day, other than I changed some textures. I decided to put the cobblestone in rather than grass throughout the whole thing. I put all the cell points. They're randomly accessed around, so if you drop something off, it can appear in usually three different places for each product. I wanted it to have a nice random look as you fill it up. So on one side you have a big trigger that you dump your greenhouse products in. If you go over that trigger, you can hit the R menu and pop right up, and you will see all the products that go into that side. Cauliflower sales, cucumber. And the thing we had to do is stats would not work with the without an output product attached to it. The sell prices would all come in at 90 per hour no matter what I tried, and that has to be a mathematical bug. As soon as I put in an output product, which I did use trash, so this will produce trash. As soon as I put in an output product, the sell points actually sell for the proper amounts that the different vegetables sell for. So let's see. Yes, you can do lavender soap. Yeah. I plan on doing lavender soap eventually. Ash from wood burning. Yep. So is that on the 16x or 4x map? Right now I'm on the 4x, but this can be used on the 16x. Everything that I'm creating can be used on both maps. So that is down the one side. You're gonna have to build your own roads to it if you want. And down the other side. Now there's a lot of space around the outside. Couple of things to keep in mind are that in the future, according to what we've heard anyway, there's going to be some changes in the next update with where placeables can actually hold 5 factories. Each factory only allows 10 inputs and 10 outputs. So this is actually 2 factories in one. And come over here on this side and open the product menu. You'll see all the apples and all the orchard sales. This is actually two factories in one, and you will see that in the menu as farmers market orchard sales and farmers market greenhouse sales. And that each of them have 10 products, so 20 products are all used, all 20 inputs just to do what we have here. In the future, they plan on upping it so you can have 5 factories, which mean 50 input products, and I plan on expanding more products along the outer edges. I want to get bale sales back into here, but who knows when that's going to come. We'll revisit that later on. Put bales and maybe carrots, onions, and some of the other farm products as well into the farmer's market on a third or fourth line. But right now, we're going to jump over to my greenhouses, and I'm going to fire up the pallets and get some stuff. I gotta move it all by hand right now. So I'm going to take a few minutes, but have you heard anything from Viper? I'm subbed to his stream, but haven't seen him on for a few weeks. I've seen him on at times, not too long ago. I don't know. What part of the save game needs changing to bring what vehicles in? There, TC and me. Seasons will work on industries and it will work on this map as well. You just need to have the version that is on my mod center in order for that to work. So get that version and it will work on both maps. It's been tested. Let's go to Apple. Oh, we got to go back. Apple Orchard. Apple production. I'm going to spawn my 33 pallets on each of these and get to work. And I'm just doing 3 right now so you can get an idea of each of them. Okay. Go down to my orchards. Yes, X-Man, but I'm not running in all of them. I tried to update the save game money and fields owned but have no vehicles. It's the vehicle XML. You gotta copy your vehicle XML file over. From one save game to the other. So one of the things you'll notice with these, as I throw it in there, it empties slower. That's to avoid that error that was popping up by it disappearing before it calculated the mass. So you just go around, and before I get back there, it's already the one ahead of it has disappeared. So it's working very well with that new setting. We're gonna load up all of these 3 orchards worth of stuff. I should have brought something to push them in, but I didn't. We need a rake that you can hold by hand. That would be kind of cool. Just throw them in there. Get my apricots palleted up. Technically, I could bring this box all the way over. I could load you could load these boxes up if you didn't want to go. Eventually, maybe we'll have a smaller trailer. I want to remember the one last year we had that picked up the small pallets, a tiny little truck that could haul these. Eventually, I'd like to see that converted so we can drive around and pick up small boxes. Then you could either back up here or just drive them off to your thing. But we got so many other things to do. So many other things to do that I don't have time. I can't hear X-Man. Let me see. Did I turn him off? There. I can hear you now. What's up? Yes, we'll be getting into the sawmills in a little bit and how they work with the extensions. Actually, I can jump over there. After I do this orchard, we'll jump over there and give you an eye. Yeah, you can't hear him. I'm sorry about that. I don't know why it's not putting his volume, but he's loud and clear in my ear. I think it would require a stream restart after I did the settings to get him. Yeah, I will just relay anything that he has to say, and he can hear you guys. He's watching the chat. We'll have to work that out. I'm sorry, I messed things up because I saw that I can stream to Facebook Live, and I was wondering if I could do that at the same time. So I was messing with my settings a little bit. And you can't do it. As far as I know, you can't stream to two places at once unless you're probably running two different. I bet you I could if I'm running two different software. I'm gonna have to try that. If I'm like running Streamlabs OBS and uh, the other OBS platform, I bet you I could stream to two places at once. FYI, on all the streams when X-Man is there, we can't hear him or he's really, really low. Yes, we are going to try to figure that out sometime there. That's what we were just discussing there. It's in the save game folder. If you don't have your vehicles, it's in your vehicle XML. Occasionally you will get a pallet that stalls because it tipped over or something. You can, however, yeah, I messed that one up, so we'll have to toss that around a little bit, see if I can straighten it up. Here, let's throw. There. It emptied a little bit, but yeah, if you end up throwing them in upside down, they have, and sometimes they stall. Just knock it with a pallet. That's one of the things, but it does fix the little error that we had. And I want things to be error-free. How to stop the boats and keep them stopped on MP since trigger to enter the boat is on the back or the top of the boat. There is a mod out there to stop the boats. You can get, I don't know where it is. I'll have to find it. I don't even use it. I know how you can walk right up onto the boats as they're passing by and jump in. That's the way I do it. I hijack the boats. That they were put so you could hijack them, but there are mods out there. Maybe somebody else has an idea where you find it. I think it's right on Giants Center, Mod Center, to stop the boats and make them tabbable. I think it makes them tabbable. The boats don't have to be on flight mode because you can walk right up to them. Just when it's coming by, you gotta be fast. You can be in the water and there's ramps hidden that will let you walk right up onto the boat. '87. I think I missed a few in the last row. Yeah, I did. So what would happen on the other orchards is if you were picking these up and you got the Lua error, your hand would stop working. So the ones that are on the Mod Center are updated. If you ever run into that problem, that's what it is. They now empty slower. And then the Lua error would say that it failed to it looked for the mass on an object that didn't exist. So I knew that the problem was the pallet was deleting before the mass was actually detected, because it was not finding the object to get the mass from. So that is probably why Giants has all their pallets have an empty speed that's a lot slower. Alright, so you guys want to know how to link the sawmills together. I will jump over and I'm going to buy myself a sawmill. And I will use for this demonstration the biggest one. I was going to do this a little bit later because we have new stuff that's coming on Wednesday for this. But we'll do it now as well and show you how you can do your sawmill setup. I'm going to go all the way over here to do this part because I got a nice big lot that I know I can fit this sucker in. And there, that's the 6 extension sawmill. Has 6 output slots. When you, and I'm gonna have to, maybe I'll purchase a car down there so I can get back and forth pretty easy. Let's see. I'll just purchase this truck. Then I can tab over to there. Hey, Two Cat, how you doing? You can't get in the boat until the back of it, and the trigger to enter bridge is in the front. The trigger to enter the bridge is, you can, right, so you get ready. I can't actually, well, I can. I don't know where the boats are. I haven't tabbed into them. But I can try to take a peek. Da 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 da. Saving game. Let's take a look over here and see if there's a boat anywhere nearby. Nothing coming. Oh, I'm swimming. Let me jump over to the middle one and see if there's anything up there. You can... Yeah, I wanted to show them how to jump on, but as soon as I tab in, it's going to stop. So I was hoping I could catch a boat as it's going by with it running. But I don't know where they are. They're out there, floating around somewhere. I'll run them down. I should be going the opposite direction that the boats go in, though. That would be smart, but no, I'm not that smart. Not seeing it. Let's jump over to this port right here. Ah! Get to the water. Alright, so somewhere around here there's going to be a boat. Is it back that way? Nope. I'll find a boat for you. I've got the super fast forward run. They have to be torpedoed, yeah. Hey, Roughlin6, how you doing? It's a lot of water out here. It's hard to find them. There should be, alright, it's not out there. Could be on the inner waterway. There should be, they both go down the inner waterway. Come on, boats. Where are you? I can't find a boat to save my life. I know there's 2 of them out here somewhere. Yeah, to get a truck. Where, oh where did the boats go? Well, here's the deal. I'm not gonna be looking for boats all night. They're running around the map somewhere. I haven't tabbed into them, so they should be moving. And I am running at a high rate of speed, so I should be able to catch them if they're there. I am gonna tab into them just to see where the heck they are. Here's one. Alright, so as the boat is moving, I'm in the boat now, but as the boat is moving and you see it approaching, all you have to do is when it's coming by, and it's, now I can't really give you the perfect demo, is when you get in line, but if you're on the dock, it goes much easier. Head toward the front of it. When you get close to it, it allows you to enter the vehicle when you get close to the cab. The enter vehicles back here, so as the boat is coming by, and they go by pretty slow, you will get stuck. Sometimes you fall through in the middle. In the middle section, you can fall through if you don't jump over it. Like, here, let me get in that enter vehicle. So right there, there's a gap. You got to jump over this to stay on the top. But as it's going by, you can get on top, jump over, and then hit the enter vehicle button. Because the boat will actually, if you're standing one place, right up here, it'll keep moving underneath you. And as long as you got all that area, there's a ramp all the way down the side. Wherever you are, you can walk right up onto the boat. So we did that so if you don't use the mod, you can jump in. Let's go back to the sawmills though. Back to show you. Alright, so I got a placeable sawmill with 6 extensions on it. Now currently you guys have the 2, 4, and 6 extensions and the one without extensions available for you guys to use. Vinegar, salt, and soap will make, yeah, so we're gonna, yeah, those are the products we're looking at using when we get the appropriate factories up. Making some vinegar, we already have salt, and we'll make some soap, some with the lavender and all that stuff. We'll use lavender, nice smelly soap, make some herbicide. So all the extensions are labeled. They go 5, 6. Extension on this one, number 1, is right here. Once you place, and if you want to use this, you do need to use in the global company menu on the little gear here, you want to activate extended placeable. It will allow you to overlap placeable objects with that on. That is the first thing. What did we release? We released you guys a pallet factory, and that is all you have right now. Which is, but I will show you what else is coming. So the pallet factory for this demonstration, I'm going to spin it around. You can see the one green box that, and you want to center that up in the yellow box right there will be good, anywhere in there. And what it will do is on extension 1, when we're operating our board factory here, our sawmill with 6 extensions, we can go to extension 1 where I put that. Let's fill up the factory. And by default these are off, so you can turn on whatever one you want. I will start extension 1. It is now active. I will fast forward some time. You will see that I'm getting boards over there pretty quickly. It's raining out too. We'll go to the next day or so. So if we go over, we know that our factory on this extension is full of boards on extension 1. So what we do is we go into our global company menu, operating extension 1, and we spawn the boards. Just hit, it'll do 3 at a time. You can just rotate through if you want to unload the whole factory. You can see them kind of in the background entering and exiting. What that just did was loaded up the whole sawmill with boards. There are no pallets created, or the pallet factory. There are no pallets created yet on the pallet factory. But if we fast forward time again, now that there are boards in there, we will get the pallets to turn into, and everything has lights on it too out here. And then if we go to the pallet factory itself, we can then output our pallets onto 10 pallets at a time, and we can haul those off to wherever we need them, back to the greenhouses. So that is how the extensions are set up, and you already have access if you want to, but all of these will work as standalone with you driving them if you don't have the room on the map where you want it, or you want to do a different layout. But the extensions will just spawn boards in the boxes for you to haul off if you don't have something there to pick them up. So yeah, he's got 3. Oh yeah, what did he do there? He has old board it's like the old boats. You can't add extra train cars on the boats. On I noticed somebody said, yeah, there's extra train cars in your XML there. That's from a really old save game probably, that the boats did not get updated. The XML vehicles did not get updated. I'm checking it out. But yeah, there's extra train cars in there. That's what's doing that. So weird, but so that is what you guys have right now, is the pallet factory. In addition to the pallet factory, what I've been working on, and it's in testing right now. I'll get back to the board chipper because that's a little bit down the road, but a plank factory can also be dropped on to one of these slots. So we're going to output planks to that one, and that's slot number 2. So as we go and we fire up our sawmill on line 2, we will open up and we will start up extension 2. Extension 1 shut off automatically because it does when it's full. So extension 2 is now operating right over here, and if I hit my fast forward, you'll see we're going to get boards on extension 2 as well. There we go. We've got boards on extension 2. And if we go and we spawn them, same process. We just got to go down to the sawmill, open up extension number 2, spawn the boards, and they will exit right into our... There. They entered right into our factory right here for our planks. You can see their boards are in there, all stacked up, what we were able to put in. And plank production. Let's get some planks made. We're turning our boards into planks overnight. And if we go out back here, we'll also see that there's our smaller pallets of planks that boards were cut down into. From the plank extension, wherever it may be, it's probably all the way down at the bottom, open. I can now spawn up to 5 pallets at once, and there they are ready for pickup underneath. You could drive the truck right by here and grab your 5 pallets of planks. So that one's coming. You got your output, your product totals of boards and your planks up above. Next thing I did was I wanted to create More objects. Oh yeah, we've got more coming. So the next piece is kind of cool. It's a little bit different than anything we've done. And it's the board chipper. So a board chipper will chip boards into wood chips. That's its function. I'm going to put it right here on extension number 3. Again, line up your box so it's right in the middle of the other box. Click. Now on extension 3, which is right over here, we have a board chipper that needs some boards in it. We'll go down to my board factory sawmill. I'm gonna fire up extension 3 and make some boards in that one. Fast forwarding time to make everything look fun. Get some daylight back. Alright. And spawn my pallets of boards. You can hear it just kicked on my board. I'm gonna spawn that many for now. It's got 12,000 in there. You will look, you will see the wheels are turning, wood chips are going in, all the boards are automatically getting chopped up. If we go and fast forward time, you'll see the plane will lower. You'll see more of the wheels and stuff. And voila, it stops when it runs out of product. We could spawn more boards into the board chipper. I made that because the next factories I wanted to use wood chips. I wanted to give you away. You could bring wood chips right in, like again, standalone. You can bring your own wood chips in. But this will create wood chips. You also have the ability to offload them if you put one of those board chippers. You can drive underneath the silo and offload your wood chips. We've got 12,000 wood chips there. But for the next piece, we have created the chipboard factory, and you'll notice that there's another yellow box on the back of a board chipper that you can either spawn pallets to or, and try to line this up. It's kind of, like I said, this is in development. I can do it pretty good, get the wood chip line, but I needed to have a box to show you to where to line up the wood chip input. So I just linked up my let's see, I was filling the sawmill yesterday with coal and the trigger wouldn't take all the, so I had to keep hitting I to unload. It wouldn't take the 100,000 you had. We are going to do, and I'm going to do there's a little bit of a trigger update that needs to be done on the sawmill. Now, the user glue, see, this is in development. They should not be showing. I got to fix that visibility nodes on the glue because we didn't put glue in there yet. So, I don't know why they're showing up. But we have chipboard. So if I go to my wood chip factory, my wood chipper, my board chipper there. Where is it? Right here. I can spawn pallets of wood chips 3 at a time. And as they spawn, they go into over here. You can see I've got pallets lined up of wood chips ready to go. 9,000. And no chipboard produced yet. The glue, I don't know what's going on with that. Let's put some glue in there anyway. Da, 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 da. So we're on the chipboard factory. Where is it? There it is. Open overview. It's going to require the glue, which the glue factory is coming later. I'll buy it for now. And oh, I just bought the boards. Oh yeah, you can see I bought the wood chips. I didn't buy the glue, or I have something messed up in there. Let's try that again. Alright, so they're backwards. That's what's wrong. My nodes are a little bit backwards. I gotta fix those. But we do have glue, we do have chipboard, so I got a little bit of work to do there. But then it will output chipboard. That's why this isn't released yet. We're still working on it. And I've got nodes backwards linked. I gotta check the nodes, the visibility nodes and the products. I mean, it will function, but when the glue is showing all the time. Nope, it should show as glue is dropped off. Chipboard is being produced. Pallets of wood chips are going down. And then we can actually go to that factory, which is at the bottom. And we can actually get our chipboard out. Same way as the other one, right out back. We'll get 5 pallets that we can pick up of the chipboard. 1,000 liters each. So yeah, I got a couple visibility node issues. We'll have to check out and see what's going on with that a little bit later. But that is how you can link everything together. I still have 1, 2, 3 spots available to spawn extra boards if I wanted to, or I can add new factories on. I have 2 more modules that are coming that will operate. One will operate off the board chipper as well, and that will be your paper factory, which will require the wood chips, and you'll have to drive water over. You drop off glue here if you need to, because you're going to have to still deliver products. You will have to deliver the glue to make your chipboard, but you don't have to deliver the wood chips if you link it right up to the board chipper. So we're going to do the paper the same way, but the paper press is going to take the wood chips and water to make your paper. And then I'll have one more object, which is the barrel factory, which you can put on, and it's just going to take boards right in to produce barrels. Maybe down the road we'll make nails from the steel mill required for the barrels, but that would be an add-on later on. Right now it's just going to take boards because I don't have a steel mill. I might add that I don't even have nails registered as a product yet. So yeah, that is how all of that stuff works. We should have plenty of fruit down here. I guess I'm going to have to drive a truck down to my... Well, we've got plenty of stuff spawned on orchards. Let's get another one of these picked up. Then we'll go and do at least a couple products. We'll get some bananas. Bananas! To fix the boats... Man, you should have got it right off of the items XML file. You got issues. I flipped my pallet upside down. I got issues. Here, let's bounce it off the wall. There, that's a way to fix it. Woohoo! If you are having boat issues, you're trying to keep a save game going that's from a long time ago. There is inside your items XML, you have to remove the additional train. I think, is it in the no, you got to just remove the extra vehicles. The wagon wood chips 2, I think, is the vehicle you have multiple times in there. I got to stop throwing things. There. It's in your vehicle XML. There's additional train carts. Or you could take the items, start a new save game, and grab the items XML. Oh no, you're gonna have the additional train carts if you don't edit your vehicle XML. That's true. So, yeah, you're gonna have to edit out the old ones so that it just has one cart. You'll see one that has 3, because there used to be multiples, but you just need 1 per boat. Edit it right out of... If you brought in the vehicle XML, then it's, that's what happens. The vehicle XML from your old save game has multiple boats on it. I don't even remember how long ago that was. Had to be version 1. When we put the boats in, was quite a while ago. I gotta stop throwing them like that. Here. If it flips upside down, play basketball off the wall, bank shot. Hey, it works good. We've got bananas driving me bananas. I am just doing terrible with the flipping them upside down right now. But I can fix them pretty quick. Got a new technique. We'll load up. Yeah, version 1 would have the duplicate boats in the XML file. You're going to have to go into your vehicle XML file and find wagon. There's, yeah, it's messy. It's messy. I don't even have a version 1 to check and see how it would. You're way behind. But the version 1 originally added, see that, yeah, the trains are added into the vehicle XML at the start of a new game. And every game after version 1, they've been gone. So you would have to edit them out of your vehicle XML, the additional train wagons that you have. So if you're on, which map? You're on Industries, you should have 3 trains, engines, locomotives, and you should have just 3 of the wagon wood chips too. You're getting multiples of them for sure. And you're gonna have to delete the additional ones. If you want, after the show, I can, or if actually, if you want to link me up, I could take care of it for you. I just can't remember, and without seeing it, we can do a demo right on the show to fix that issue if anybody has it, but I don't have a copy, so I would need your vehicle XML file sent to me somehow. If you want to load it up and PM me a link, I'll do it for you and send it right back. So you see how that one stopped even though it's upright? That will happen occasionally. And you can pick it up, or usually I just come over here. Now why are they all stopping? I had no problem before. Yeah, bananas just stopped loading up. Am I getting an error? No, I'm not. Why are my bananas not emptying all of a sudden? Oh, I don't know. Weird. It stopped reading my palette, and I'm not even getting an error. Let me, I'm gonna move out the extras. It might be getting confused because I have too many. But it just stopped without... Yeah, so have I. I just don't know why the heck it decided it didn't want to take my banana palette here. At least it's not throwing the error. Let's check out. I don't, yeah, but I didn't, you can still load those in. You just won't get the, you won't get the, I mean, I can put the pallets in, but it should still take, here, let's fire up the, I haven't even put pallets in these yet. Banana orchard storage. Open overview menu. We'll buy the pallets. There's my pallets. Oh, am I throwing them in the wrong side? I got spun around, idiot. I was throwing them in the wrong side. I got spun around. They're all popped back out over here. Alright, so, yeah. They go in the other side of the orchard. I don't know how I got spun around. That was just a user error as usual. No big deal. We've got it handled now. Make sure you drop them into the right side. I'm not one that likes to label everything on the ground, so I pay for it every occasion. You know, I'd hate to put labels in this side for... I label when it's necessary, but some things should be obvious. Pebcacker. So yeah, make sure you put them in the right side of the orchard and you won't have any problems. Load your boxes in the side. Now the thing is, I've never spun my orchards all the way around. I've always used them the other way, so I'm so used to just dragging them in that direction. And now here we go. I gotta go the opposite direction. So yeah, alright, so I've got some bananas. Let's go out here. Let's see, what other one did I do? Did I do apples yet? We have plenty of apples, but we didn't spawn them. Oh yeah, we only picked up a couple. Alright, apricots, I think. We have apricot storage. We need to get the pallets in for that. And we have banana pallets, so we're going to get our apricots and bananas. I'm going to just fast forward a second here. That's all I should need. Now I have banana pallets. Apricot pallets should be right here. We get 9 of them. And my banana pallets. We'll get 9 of those. We'll go get the big truck. You can see I've got my bananas out front and my apricots ready. So let's go get a vehicle that we can haul them over. Actually, I already have one somewhere, but we'll make another one because I just like to buy things. Picnic error. Now I'll have to put the link to this trailer up on our mod center because I don't know what else is out there. Maybe you guys have found other trailers, but the one that I'm using is very handy. Tab, shift tab, we'll get this trailer down over the bridge. We called that the Cherokee interface. There's a problem with the Cherokee interface. The problem is between the chair and the key. So yeah. We're having a problem with the Cherokee interface. Sorry if you're Cherokee, but No offense. No offense, man. I forget who told me that one. So the farmer's market over here is a sell over time facility, which means it will sell product at the top of every hour. Now, unfortunately, because we needed to have the output product on that thing, there is another menu that would show in there if we didn't. If we did it the way that they had originally intended, but I couldn't get anything to sell for more than $90 per hour, no matter what quantity I sold, without adding an output product. And when you add an output product, where the output products show, there was another menu that disappears. So maybe they'll fix that again, and we can work things around and make it a little different. But so there is really no way for you to know it's selling unless you're watching your menus. I'm going to grab first the bananas, for instance. We'll grab some banana. Do a little backup. Grab my 9 pallets of bananas. Head over to my farmer's market. We'll shut off my auto load. Yeah, I think he said, I hope so. I've been trying to translate some of that stuff to. So this is Orchard Products. I can't remember what side of this. Oh, yeah, you shouldn't come in here at full speed unless you want to be up on a sidewalk. But there's plenty of room to drive through here if you're just not crazy like me. So that is for greenhouses. We are not doing greenhouses, so that trigger will not take these. It's on the other side. Yeah, once you get going. So I did make the triggers very long so that as you pull in here, you could actually unload the whole truck all at once into the trigger. You can see that the whole truck will fit there. You just go B, Y. I missed anyway, but you get the point. It took most of them in there. If I come back, I can just nudge them, those last two. I could pick them back up, but it will work. I pulled a little too far forward. There. Not too much work there. If I come back to my trigger and open my product menu, you will see that under my bananas, it is now active. It automatically goes active, selling 500 liters per hour. Now, this is where you gotta watch, and I'm gonna give you the demo. We're gonna write down my money. It's 10,214,296, and we have 8,000 liters. In 2 minutes, because it's at the top of the other hour, we're gonna just fast forward those 2 minutes. Oh wait, it didn't even take it. All right, we got to do a whole nother hour. It was too close. So we'll go to 12, I hope. Let's check my menu. We should still have all my bananas. Yeah, all right, it didn't sell. I don't know that they have these built-in things, but I guess it has to be, maybe it sell at 2 of. I just added money by accident. Let's change that to 17. 214,296. I wanted to fast forward. We're going to go until our money goes up, which should probably be the top of the next hour, or at least 2 minutes before. I thought it was at the top of every hour. When I did testing, it seemed like it was the top of every hour. But maybe it wasn't. Maybe it'll click in at 58. We'll see. 5, 6, 7, 58. Nope. There. So it did go at that top of that hour. Now we got 215,079 instead of 214,296 for a total. Let me get my calculator up here. calculator app, and we profit. All right, so 5079 minus 4296. So it made $783 for 500 of our bananas. And if we go back to that menu also, where our bananas are, on our, so much easier sometimes to go in with the R key. You will see that it only created 50 liters of trash. Again, that's another one of the issues where it has to be 10%. So trash is going to fill up pretty quick around here when you get the whole thing until we get that bug fixed. Then we're going to knock that back quite a bit, the trash output, and then I'll increase the trash sell price, which will show you the trash in a little bit. Because that's coming out tonight too. I got to upload that. I forgot all about that part. That's pretty simple. But you'll notice we went down to 500 liters as well. So with the bananas only, we made 700 and I forget what my number was. $783 per hour, selling 500 bananas per hour. Let's go over and grab the other one, and we'll throw that in as well. You want the newer. Is there a newer autoload script? I can't. Yeah, I haven't seen anything else, but this is all I got right now, and it works. But yeah, if there's a new autoload script, that would be super de duper. So I'm gonna grab up my whatever they are. What is this? Apricots? I think we did the apricot orchard. And then we'll drop that in. Farmers Market is all about, on the Pleasant Valley maps, we added orchards and greenhouses. And now we are giving you a sell point to sell the stuff until the other factories come in. Well, you'll be able to sell it here all the time. It's a sell over time facility. It sells a little bit of each product per hour. Oop, I went in the wrong side again. And you can load it up, and the more you have in there, the more it'll make per hour selling off your greenhouse products. Hopefully we'll expand this down the road a little bit more. Let's see if I can. Oh, I still missed one pallet of bananas, but that's okay. There. If you line it up better, you can actually hit the trigger. We can knock that banana pallet, maybe. Must have been under my wheel where I didn't see it. Might want a loader down here to push stuff around every now and then. Who knows? But I drove right over it. Weird. Let me get the front of this truck. Because that's an in-game pallet. It should have collision on it. The trailer itself must not. Yeah, there we go. Alright, so bananas. So my new number is 17215-079. 5079. I'm going to go to the top of the next hour. A little bit faster this time. There we go. So we're at 216618. 6618 from. So let me do the math again. Clear 6618 are the last four minus my 5079. And you will now notice that we are getting 1539 per hour as opposed to our 783. If we subtract the 783, apricots are worth a little bit more than bananas, so they make 756 the bananas. So all the math actually does work out. Thank you there for the follows, Hobbit UK and Button Basher 819. And Button Basher, thanks for the host as well. So the math does work out. The more products you get in there, the higher your hourly income's going to be. You can jump over here and you will load up and you will see that my apricot sales, I sold 500 liters of them, but I should have gone on my banana sales a whole 1,000 liters now because it's selling 500 an hour. Still got 16 hours worth of product in there. It does sell slow. You can actually make it faster probably than you could sell it. Let's jump over to get my pallets out of my greenhouses, and we'll show you with just 5 of the 20 products in there, your money will start going up even more. Let's see. So we've got, all right. So Control G, greenhouses. We've got a lettuce greenhouse. 30 pallets at a time we can spawn out of these. Big time production. And this will fill up those triggers on the other, on the farmers market. They hold 30,000 a piece. So look at that. We've already produced 30,000, 30 pallets of each of these. I'm going to just bring my truck in and guess we're right here. We'll start with this red cabbage stuff. And we'll get 20 of them anyway. This truck holds 20. So we'll need to do a couple loads. But there we got a full load of 20 pallets of red cabbage coming in. Now, one of the things I didn't even show you guys is that around the farmers market, they are showing in the displays. The more you get in there, more stuff's going to appear. I'm going to bring this one over to the greenhouse side. And then we'll take a look after we dump these in. You might notice, like, we've dumped some product on the other side that right down here, for instance. I have an error. We didn't even put apples in. Why are apples showing? Shouldn't have apples. We do have bananas. We should have apricots in that one. Oh, yeah, see? Oh, we got more fixing to do. Apples are showing when I put apricots. I got bananas right there. How did I get... apricots are right there. But I do have one apricot. Oh, yeah, we've got apricots. Nothing, nothing. But I got apples showing. Not that it really matters that much, but we'll fix that. We'll see what else happens. But unload cabbage. You might have to drop a couple times because it's a big load. And it can only read so much in at one time. So you can see we've got some cabbage piling up in that little wagon right there, as well as because we put a whole bunch of cabbage in, a couple extra pallets behind there. Let's see if anything else pops up. I think that hopefully that's the only one plane, and it was probably an image named the same. I do not. Compost? You have compost in a greenhouse? I can't even remember. And it's not showing. I can check it out. Yep, these placeables are for my PV maps because you do need the products built into the map to use them. Anybody can add the products to their map. You'll need to fill planes particle effects and pallets are actually included in the mods themselves. So he's got an issue on the mushroom greenhouse. I've got compost showing on these greenhouses. Let me place the mushroom greenhouse. I can drop one of those in and load it. Oh yeah, we're still working out some things. I mean, there's so much involved. Mushroom. I think I passed it. Mushroom greenhouse. We'll bring that one down. What did I pass? I'm going to where my other greenhouses are. Spin that around and drop it in place. Close enough for... Actually, we'll line it up with that one right there. Alright. So, if I autofill 25,000... Oh, I gotta go to this menu. Mushroom compost 510. Whoops. 25,000 you said you had in it? Which is funny but that's not showing up for you because, oh well, I put 21,000. Is 25 the max? Yeah, 25 is the max. It's there on mine. Filled right up. Filled right up. I don't know why that is not showing for you. I have to pick up some more pallets over here. We dropped red cabbage off. I'm gonna grab another product. And we'll have 2 on the other side going. Da 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 da. Raspberries. As I tear up my fields with tons of raspberries on my truck. Hey, train went by. I can't wait to actually play this stuff rather than just test it. Now I'm going in on the wrong side because this was the orchard side, yeah. I'm doing everything backwards. So I got one plane for apples that is supposed to be apricots. I got my letters mixed up, I think. Bring this up here. There. They're all in. Open up my menu. My sales for raspberry are now active and my red cabbage are active, both selling another 500 liters per hour. So when we fast forward our time, well, let's see, we're at 70815. 70815. Two. 73866. 73. So now we're making a little bit more than 3,000. Well, almost 3,000 an hour with just the 4 products in there. So that is pretty much how it works. And as you go around, we will now see that we have additional We don't have apples in the orchard, but I have an apple plane. I gotta check that apple plane out. It's on the corner card. It shouldn't be too hard to figure that out before we give you the link. But I should have some raspberries on one of the stands around here. Bananas are right there. Oh, there's a raspberry booth right over here because we got raspberries out back. So right up front we have some raspberries for sale. And there's raspberries over here too. In those four. There's some cabbage. So it's gonna fill up randomly throughout. Some of the wagons get different items. There's no raspberry wagon apparently. I can't even remember what's where. I just filled them up a few at a time. I got one more greenhouse I'll bring in. We'll check that out. But then I'll jump in and fix that error up so we can give you guys the link. As far as I know, that's gonna probably the only product that has a issue. One apple plane where it should have apricots. I didn't even notice it because, man, when you got 20 products in there, all I wanted to see is them fill up. I wasn't paying attention, and I don't know how I got crossed there. Well, let's see. What do we got left? We do have another greenhouse, didn't we, with stuff ready? Take a U-turn. There's our pallets right there. Our lettuce, is it? And there's even more in here if we wanted to pick them up. But this is just a test game. So we'll get ready to unload. There we go. Takes with the full trailer because the trigger doesn't quite grab them all the first time. Took a couple times to get all of our lettuce is now active with 20,000 liters. So that's 40 hours worth of sales. There's going to be so much work on this map. That's why I slowed some of these things down so you're not just constantly running greenhouses and that's all you have time to do. You can fill it up, and if you play like I do, standard real time with fast forwarding only through nights, you'll be able to go and not have to keep running product over to fill up over and over. So yeah, we've got some lettuce right there in that wagon. And 2 to 3 places usually there's a lettuce in our little booth right there. Around the outside for each item that's sold. And you can notice there's a couple of crates missing here already because we sold them off. They will disappear slowly as things go down. You need to have the whole orchard filled to see 4 crates all the way across. 5 crates on these. Each one is a different visibility node, so this could actually have 3 more apricots in the middle if it filled up. And yeah, so it looks like there's 2 places for our lettuce display. And look at, we've got all the cabbage up there. So when the farmer's market's filled, you will have a whole bunch of stuff. One of the things I wanted to show you too is I really took some time on this. Hopefully it doesn't rain out. We're going to fast forward a little bit. Selling off. My profits are going up. But at nighttime, we've got some pretty decent lighting that covers most of the area. So you can come in here at night and check it out and say hello to Scarface. I don't know what his name is, but you can get around here pretty good. That light is not casting light. I just realized those are supposed to be working too. Those are the last ones I put in. I might not have put the day-night object settings on the lights in between here because they should be casting light and filling in the additional areas. So we'll check that out too. I thought I added them into my indexes. There's 6 lights. I wanted to get the dark areas in between fixed because they're like kind of important ones, and they're not casting light for some reason. So I'll check out those things right now and we'll see if we can figure out what the cause of that is. I tell you, every time when you're building something this complex, every time you come in for the next several days, you find little things that you didn't see before. But before we do that, I got 2 more things. Oh, I'm just adding money. I meant to fast forward time. I'm just adding money. I want to get to daylight. We've got a couple more things to show you before we go fix those lighting issues and Apple issue. All right. So, as we were selling off overnight, again, and you can enter in any one of the farmers markets on each side. Open overview. What are we selling? We can open up any of them. And I can spawn 1 pallet over here on this orchard sales of garbage. And on the greenhouse side, I can spawn 2 garbage cans on that side as well. Now, where's my truck? If we go to where the garbage can facility was down here, you will see that we have 3 cans right over here. And I'll toggle my pallet work mode on and pick up 3 trash cans to haul off to the trash sales. They fit nicely on there. It just we picked up the trash cans. They each have trash in them. And then be kind of cool if you could have a security guard make rounds at night. I was trying to figure out how to get people splines into the placeables this year, and I have not. I wanted to get people walking around all the time in there, which would be kind of awesome. But if anybody has any ideas on how to get people splines working in placeables, let me know. What the JD fan? I haven't had any success. So, unfortunately, you don't have a place to sell good trash, but you will. If you go to your menu, now because it is not a global company placeable mod, it's not in there, but all this additional stuff that I create will be under my DadgeNet Mods logo if it is not a global company thing. And you will see that I have a trash sell point, and it is actually designed so you can drop it in the landfill on industries because the texture underneath will match, but I will put it right over. I don't even own that property. I wonder if it'll let me sell if I don't own the property. Well, let's find out. We'll go over there and we'll sell the trash. And we'll show you that it does inherit the ground texture if from my 2 maps, the trash ground texture. So when you put it in industries, it'll blend right in. Here it's going to create, and you can actually paint your own landfill in the map if you want to. Where did I drop it? Not up here. I knew it was across the street somewhere. Burp. You should really use the railroad crossings. Oh, here comes a train. Just in time for me to get hit. I do like the fact that the gates now drop and give you plenty of notice to stop. The car there wasn't going to stop for the train though, because the gate went up too soon. Oh, come on. I'm stuck on a car. I knew he ran right up under me. I'll get off the road first. Take out a sign. Go ahead. You go first. Get out of my way. Oh, nope, I didn't hit the train. Did I put the garbage sale in front of one of these buildings somewhere? Can't remember where it went. Must be down this way. Yeah, I think I see the texture on the ground already. So, yeah, you'll have to do some landscaping around it, but it's plenty wide enough again to just drive in here, offload, and I made $401 extra from selling my trash at my garbage sell point. So, it has trash texture underneath it. If you look really close, you can see it's just trash. And it will blend in with the trash texture on the other map as well. So you get a trash sell point to put wherever you want to create your own little garbage dump. And we're going to be adding garbage, either bags or cans or whatever, to many of the different placeables that come along the factories and stuff in the future. So you're going to want to create your little landfill somewhere. You have a folder zipped up, but being an idiot here, what do I need to post the link, or rather get a link that you can open? Can you put it up somewhere like in a Dropbox and copy the link and then private message me the link there, TC and me, through Twitch? If you send the link as the PM, like you just sent that. But yeah, you got to put it someplace public, downloadable, either on Dropbox or some file share place, preferably with no ads. The forum? What forum? Oh, I suppose. I haven't logged into that in months. There's people posting links in there. Will it upload to the forum? Right. So let me jump out. No idea, yeah. I want to check out, and that's what we'll do. We always find things. I think it was fine-tuned perfectly, you know? And then you go to a live show, and I find these things, and I'd rather fix them and still get it out to you before I figure out what the heck we did wrong. So there's just one apple cart plane that is in the wrong place, number one. I am working on the placeables for my Pleasant Valley maps. You can use them on industries, or you can use it on my Pleasant Valley map. Exclamation point Mod Center has the links to all the stuff that we're working on, including the two maps in the left-hand corner. We have to open up. Now I gotta find it. Map class. We are gonna open up the farmer's market again. FS19 farmer's market.zip. Here, I'll work on this version right in. This is the folder that we're playing the game out of. So that's the version we were using. First thing I want to look at is we'll open up my farmer's market XML i3D file, and I'm going to see where that apple texture in that wagon came from and why it's where it is. I don't know what I did there. I know about where it is. We'll see it. You'll see all. That's what it's going to look like when you're full. This wagon is showing when we have apricots, and that is not in the apricot. That one plane is not in my apricot group. It was actually showing with nothing because it's not in a group. So What we need to do is cut it, and it actually should be in the apple group. We'll paste it into the apple group, and we'll reposition it so actually it won't show. So that was what was wrong there. It was my test subject. We'll reposition it so it'll only show when you have apples in it. And I didn't make moving planes because that would have taken another month, but I could have had them fill up over time. But with all the products that are in here, so it'll just show and disappear. They're all on switchers. The only thing else I could say with that is I do want the cart to fill first. So I'm going to take all my other apple blocks that I have here, and this is a quick way to do it. I'm going to cut them and then go back to my blocks and paste them, and now the apple one's on the top. So it will be, if there's even one apple in there, this cart will show full. And that was all. The rest of them are in their proper, you can see each of these groups has the different products, so they're scattered randomly as we fill up the orchard or the farmer's market, and you'll get plenty of crates on the ground behind them. So that is the first fix. The other fix that I have to look at is I have lights that were added in this section. So I added floodlights. These should be the last 6. 1, 2, 3. Because I was trying to get a little bit of light for 4, 5, 6. Oh yeah, and the 2 end ones. 7 and 8. And they are not coming on at night. So as I look at this one right here, index is 1024. I'm going to come back over to we're going to open up inside. Let me minimize stuff. Inside my farmer's market, I have my farmer's market XML. And my day-night lights are right here, and you could see that I stopped. I never added the final ones into the XML, which is also a very good easy fix. Just so much, I added the lights in to the map, but I never put the last indexes. So I'm gonna 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 21, 22, 23. Oh wait, these are singles, so I didn't need that many. 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. Let's check my last index number. It is 31 that I gotta go to. 1029, 1030, 1031. The rest of these day-night objects I do not need. That should give me lighting on the rest of my things. So it's pretty easy. It's all these stupid easy fixes that you miss. I saved that. One of the things I also like to do is, I always do this I am on the graphic user interface camera. So when we save this, we want to exit out with a pretty good view. So if you tab to the camera, you can see the whole orchard. Save it right there. I should create another camera so I'm not using that camera when I'm fixing it. So back out here in my farmer's market, I'm gonna zip this up. And if it all goes well on our next look in the orchard, we will be able to upload this to you guys for downloading. in just a few minutes. I'm going to paste it and replace the one I was using. And I got to remove my unzipped folder or it'll still read that. And now I'm going to bring back up. Did I save that? I know we saved it a couple times. You sent the NPM into your Dropbox. All right, I got his link. So I'll check out that in just a minute. Here, let me click on it. Oh, don't know what's going to pop up here, so I'll bring it over here. And I'll see if we can fix up his XML file for him on his save game that he has. Let me see. Direct download. Did I already save it to my desktop? Why is it saying save game 6? Oh, he must have. Wait, let me do that again. I'll save it. Open folder. It's right there. We're going to take a look at his vehicle XML. Anybody that's got multiple boat problems, we'll see if we can fix that in just a minute. Once we check out the rest of the... Once we check this out and see if our lighting in... I know that our apple block should not be there because it's now where apples are supposed to be. Quantum 4, do you figure out why apples were showing up? Yeah, I never added that one. Apples do belong there, but I never added that one plane, which was one of the original planes that came. It actually is the original plane that came with that wagon. I never cut it and put it into the visibility group. So apples do belong there, but not until it would show up even if the orchard was empty. So this is what we do here. We show off stuff and we find errors that we missed for the last 20,000 tests. I still got to go back and fix some other things. But every time we go through, I think we're nailing down more and more. Now, did you, X-Man, figure out why you didn't have compost showing? Yeah, that's weird. A majority of them are not shown? Yeah, there's something wacky. Yeah, now they did have in their old script, remember we used to have visibility problems on visibility nodes last year. I hope that they don't creep back in here. It could be still a Giants thing. Let's see, where were we? We're gonna jump over here because the first thing I want to check is, well, we're not gonna have apples. There's no apples dropped off over here right now, so if I drop off apples, that'll be the first cart that will get them because it's the first thing in. So that's taken care of. And I want to go to nighttime. See, make sure my night lights come on correctly this time. There we go. Now they are casting light, especially I wanted the ones in between because that's the ones that light up the triggers. So yeah, there's a little bit. It's a little bit brighter in here. You can see around at night. There's actually 20 or 30 some odd lights that light up this, just to give you an idea of the size of this thing. But it still gives you, and you can turn on your flashlight if it's dark in an area, but I like to light things up. As we look in the distance, you will see some lights in the sky. Like, yeah, you'll know that there's some activity going on down here. Now, if I could just figure out how to get people walking around, real people, the pedestrian splines working in a placeable. I haven't been able to figure it out. I worked on it long enough. And No luck. So when you use placeable streetlights, are they now also going on at night? It has to be designed in the placeable itself. Um, so whether or not they come on, there are day-night settings in the XML file. I have been adding them into all of my things so the lights come on at night, including different lights inside the greenhouses. The sprayers are going. Lights on the outside walls right there to light up. They're well lit up at night. The fans start running. I'm really trying to find things that have a little bit of detail so it's not just static everywhere you go. Uh, yes, you are. If Thomas, if you never edited your XML file since Save Game 1, from version 1, and you carried your vehicles over, you're going to have boat problems. And we're going to jump in and I just had TC and me send me his file. You can try to follow along. I haven't looked at one in a long time, so I might take a minute to get get a my head wrapped around what I'm going to be looking at. I don't even know what his save game file looks like. But in a vehicle XML file on your save game, and we have his right here in this folder. Vehicle save game 6 XML. He's going to have to rename it. We have several, and thank you there for the follow, Squad Club. We have several things from my earlier maps. Locomotive 4. These are train vehicles. Mod Directory, PV Industries. Locomotive 4 I know is that the boat locomotive? I can't even remember. Wagon grain, wagon wood chips, wagon sugar beets. All right, that's a regular train because that has those. There are 3 boat ones in here. They used to have multiple wagons on them. So as I'm going down through his XML file, you'll see double vehicles on all the first ones. Wagon grain. So I'm still looking at vehicle 19 and his is vehicle 20. 2 wagon grains, then it goes to wagon wood chips, wagon sugar beets, and these were at the top of his. It probably is the same thing on everybody's. We have 4 different trains, and those are the 4 regular train configurations right there. Now we're into locomotive 2 and wagon wood chips 2. Here's his first boat. It's vehicle ID 37. Here is wagon wood chips 2. That is actually the visuals of the boat right there, the way we designed it. What we need to do is take out this one because it's the same thing, and take out this one right here. The additional wagon wood chips 2s are going. Bye-bye. I don't think that you'll have a problem with the ID numbers. I think they'll renumber. But you will notice that the ID numbers go from 38 to 41 right now because we took out 39 and 40. I'm pretty sure that you might get an error that the vehicle's missing, but after you save, it should be okay. So here's his second locomotive 2, and then here's one of the train cars right here. So if you're having multiple trains, you kept trying to continue a save game from earlier on. So we got to take out 2 on this boat. There's 3 boats on this map. Those are the other 2 additionals that are on that boat. Because I had 3 train carts and we replaced it with one that had double compartments that's hidden inside the boat. And then again, here's his third train, wagon locomotive 2. The next 2 entries are wood chips 2. We'll keep one of them, and then we'll get rid of these 2 additional wood chip vehicles right there. And then, if you followed along, we have uh, all the rest of his vehicles are in the XML file right after that. The trains, because the map creates these early on, it put them at the top. I'm going to save that. Did I save this XML? I don't know why. Oh, I deleted it. That's why it turned red. All right. So his save game 6 is ready. He's going to have to rename it, but I'll let him do that. I will zip that up for him, and I'm going to drop that into my Dropbox somewhere here. We'll drop it right here for him. And anybody who wants to see how it's done, see the finished product, although you won't have his link, but TC and me, if you're out there, everybody's going to get the link. I'm just going to throw it right there. That's the finished version of your save game. Give that a try and you should have your boats back to normal. Alright, so with that being said, let me zip up my... I already zipped it up. Let me... As soon as it went under 25,000, did you go over? Isn't the capacity 25,000? I wonder if you got it over. That could happen because it might. I don't know how you did. Did you manually fill them or did you buy the stuff? How did you get the product in there? Oh, I don't know. That's kind of weird. If it got overfilled by one, then it could have. Or yeah, I haven't seen that yet. But anybody else pops up? It might this might be one of those errors if it's perfectly 25,000. Um, is that the same with the crossing gates? Your crossing gates are not saved in there. And hopefully, oh my gosh, where are the crossing gates saved? The crossing gates were saved in the map itself. They should all be fine. I don't think it copies crossing gates into your items XML. I'm going to check that right now. Documents, my games, Farming Sim 2019. I think my save game 2 was an Industries game. I don't think that it copies your train 2. It just points to your train 2 XML. They should be fine now because it does point directly, but there's the railroad vehicles. They do get listed in here. However, you should have no more train vehicles in there. The crossings have been changed and updated. You should be okay. I noticed when I opened up in GE, I did not see them, but oh yeah, you won't see them in GE. They're done as the way they're done this now is they're not in. They're added to the map as an external XML file. They will not show up in the. You have to import them. All the trains and all that fun stuff are not included in the Giants editor. If we go over to open up, I'm not going to open up the big map just for the sake of time, but you create them, you export them, and then they got to be loaded into with the XML. So the trains are actually right here. That's where all the railroad crossings are built into the train settings. If I open up train 1 by itself into my editor, it's a smaller one. Now, you might not even see it, but yeah, you could see I edited this in the map, but all the crossings are out there. They're all built into this file. And if you notice, if I turned on the spline visibility, the spline will go right down in, but you don't want it visible because you'll see it in the map. The spline is where it drives on. You'll see that. Follow the line. That's all saved externally and added as an additional item into the map itself. Alright, so I have to fix... oh, I'm going to get you guys that update first. Let's see. I got to go to my... What Apple thing? Oh, I fixed the Apple thing. The Apple plane is fixed. The lights are fixed. Everything is fixed. I just need to go and give you guys the copy that I'm working with right now. I'm not saying that we didn't, if you find anything, like I said, we get these out there for you. And then we always end up finding, I find stuff during the show, but it takes a little while. We don't have a big testing crew. It's me and X-Man right now that have been doing most of the testing. And trying to catch things. So I have to drag this over into this folder on there to upload it to you guys. Analyzing. Replace the one that's in the folder. And I'll let you know. I'll give you the link as soon as it's ready. The first link up is... Hold on just a minute. It's verifying its upload. So I will copy the link as well and I'll just paste it. But exclamation point mark it for later in the show will also get you. There is your link to the file for the farmer's market. You're going to want to grab that up and it's what we're working on. Also, you're going to need another thing that I didn't even upload yet, which is trash sell point right here. I'm going to upload that. Oops, I got to switch the browser over there. And we'll get you that link. That one should go pretty quick. It only sells trash. But we'll get you the trash sell point so you have the ability to sell the trash as your farmer's market makes it. Again, if you didn't go to the mod, these will be on the mod center tomorrow. Those of you who are viewing the show get to get them a little bit earlier. So, still all Greek to you? Well, there is the zip file for the trash sell point. I will put that in as a command as well. Right now, exclamation point TRAS, just in case anybody asks later. Exclamation point trash is now set up. So you guys, all the crossing gates and lights have been working since version 1. Yeah, when we did the first update for this stuff. They're all working. If they're not working on your map, on your original save game, then they're saving something in there. But I didn't have any problem with my save games. I went through all the crossings and fixed them a long time ago. We didn't do... Yeah, the first version we released after the long break from waiting on scripts, all the crossings were fixed. I now have to go in. What was the one that we were working on that I had an issue with? Oh, was it the... I'm trying to think. I wrote down stuff. Pallet Factory. What do we have going on with the Pallet Factory? Oh, we fixed those triggers. Yeah, Pallet Factory is good. Oh, it was we had visibility nodes on the chipboard maker, so let me jump into that. Not the board chipper, but the chipboard factory. Here we go. Back to my chipboard factory. We'll see what we messed up with the glue. Again, there's just so much stuff. I probably didn't change the nodes from one thing to another. So here we are, and what the problem we're having is glue palettes are in visibility nodes for the glue section. Right there, index 0, 1, 1. So we're going to go compare that to my XML file. If we go down my XML, day-night objects, chipboard factory, we have my unloading trigger for glue, my trigger for wood chips. I go down a little bit further and you have input product glue. And we got our field type is glue, purchase, input methods, visibility displays. Our visibility nodes for glue, 0, 0, 1 it says. On here, it's actually supposed to be 0, 1, 1. Right, so that is all that is right there, 0, 1, 1. It was pointing to the wrong node for the visibility for glue. But let's also check the other input product. That one is 0, 0, 1. Visibility should be 0, 0, 1 for our wood chips. So it was just a copy paste error as usual. If we look over here in the wood chips visibility nodes, that node there is 0, 0, 1, and I never changed it going from when I duplicated and put in the new blocks. So that will take care of that. The only other thing I want to check is also my glue has a visibility nodes, but below the visibility nodes we have the in display for glue. Should be 0, 1, 3. And if I go to my glue digital display, you'll see it's in display 1 on wood chips. It should say in display 2 on my glue. Down below, in display 2 is linked OK, 0, 1, 3. So that should fix my chipboard factory. It's just such little things, one number off. That's all that was, and all the glue doesn't show up. So I'm gonna close that down and make sure this is saved just one more time. Close that down. Delete my old one. Add that to my archive, zip it up. And copy that into my active game folder. And we'll run it, make sure that's okay. You're welcome there, Hectate27. Appreciate it. We will be getting this stuff. Like I said, it's so early. This is the first look at this, and I know there's more, probably more, but we are getting better with the triggers because so I have some trigger issues I'm going to fix on the sawmills next, and we're going to get them updated for you guys. It's just that you can't empty a shovel with the coal on the sawmills, and there's a lot of coal, well, 4 sawmills to update. They work just fine, but the trigger's too high because we didn't use the right trigger heights originally, and those are the only ones I think we haven't updated. I think I've been working save game 7. Let me go back to that one. Could you let me see the crossing gates light up? On which map are you talking, Thomas? They should be lighting up. I haven't looked at them in a long time. Could be that there's, I don't, nobody ever had anything to say, but yeah, they've been lighting up for me, I believe. Are you talking the industries map or this one here? I know they're definitely working on here because I've been doing a lot of stuff on this map. Let's go to over here. I have my chipboard factory on my wood chipper already installed. We've got pallets to pick up. We don't have any glue. We do have lots of stuff in the chipboards, but there is no glue in the factory. If I go to my, whoops, not my flashlight, but my chipboard factory, wherever it may be, open my overview menu, and let's see, we'll buy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We buy 3,000 liters. We should get 3 glue pallets showing now. There, that's the way it's supposed to work. And if we fill it up, we get, whoops, I keep hitting the wrong menus. I'm so used to doing the other way. You did too? Oh, yeah. You put the bananas on the right side of yours. That's always a helpful thing. So if I buy the maximum amount of glue in there, now you'll see the glue is filled right up in that little thing. And the meter actually shows that it's filled up 28,000. And actually these displays are set properly. So if you look at 1,000 pallets, we have 44,000. If you wanted to count and do the math, there's 44 pallets visual of wood chips in there. Same way over here, 1,000 a piece. That means there's 16, and that's easier to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and the two bottom, 16. So all those match actually visually the number that are on those houses as well. There's the 5 we already spawned out, ready to pick up. So we'll work these out. We're going to keep adding. We got, like I said, I have a paper production module to do to add to the whole wood thing and the barrel factory. And I'm going to be getting into that after a brief break here. Anybody got... They light up, but there's no side to side like how it was back in... What do you mean there's no side to side? There is just the dropping gates. There's nothing on the sides of them. They're just light up gates that drop on these maps because they're done differently. I know there was objects that people kept bumping into on the maps, but yeah, alternating flashing lights. Yeah, they don't do. They should be flashing or something. Yeah, they're like that. They're not doing that on that map. They're alternating on this map just fine. And over here, thank you there for the follow. Wherever it went, I heard it, but I don't even have my stream. I got so many screens up, I don't even see what's going on over here anymore. Where is OBS Streamlab? There we are. Now I can see what's going on. Right. Yeah, it was Lithimus Key. Thank you for the follow. All right. So let's check that out on the other map, and I'll give you a quick look. We're going to jump on that, and I'm going to come back, and we're going to do, after a break, and we're going to do a little work on the barrel factory. I've already got the model that we used to use in. There's not any animated parts. The barrels are just going to take wood. So, oh, let's load up. I'm going to load up the industries map. We'll check out his railroad crossing issue. I never noticed. Long time lurker, first time chatter, Scrabble 890. Thank you for coming along. Coming along for the ride. So over to industries, you'll notice we have a couple different maps going. Most of these save games are test games. I can delete this one now. I'm going to start up a fresh new farmer game on the industries map and see if we have any light problem. We had sound problems because I didn't have the gates linked correctly. I am going to turn off seasons, even though it'll work. It just takes a long time for seasons to start up the first time on a 16x map. And we'd be sitting here for 5 minutes. So while we're waiting for this to load, by Wednesday I should have my paper and barrel factories up and tested, along with the chipboard, the planks, the board chipper, and building to store all of the above wood products. We're going to make a storage facility, and I'm going to put the Cogent sign into a placeable so you can add it to wherever you want around your little property and make it into your nice little sawmill the way you guys want to design it. And then the glue factory. I don't know if we'll get to the glue factory, but the glue factory isn't a buildable one either, because we're going to need it. It's like maybe we'll get the glue factory by Wednesday. It's very possible. We'll probably have the barrel factory done before we get done tonight. Oh yeah, you have room. We've got room. There number of placeables you can have is unlimited, and we'll use up unlimited space. On a 16x map, we're just scratching the surface. On the 4x, might be a little tough after a while, but so far it's working out pretty good. You might have to choose which factories down the road you want to actually have in the map and lose some field space. I don't know how it's going to work there, because we do have a lot to come in. But this next package should be pretty good. Finish up the wood stuff. Then we're going to get into all the production products have to come out first, because then we're going to build the factories. So actually wood is going first, because we're going to make you build the concrete factory with sand, gravel, boards, planks, or whatever we can throw at it now that we have the wood production going. And that will be the first buildable factory that you will see after we get all these other pieces in there. And then we'll be working on getting your steel mill, your drywall, which means we need the stone crusher in whatever order I decide I need them at the time. Those will be coming along. Everyone, the wave has landed. Alright, so the 16x map is, here we are, 16x. We got to check out railroad crossings. There's 4 trains, and they all will come through this station eventually. They probably just left this station, though. That's where I think I have them all start. I could jump around, but yeah, the middle of summer, it does. Yeah, the orchard grass. Where's Fummin03? He's gonna make me mowers. Is he watching today? Yes, get the PV Mod Center. Now the exclamation point market will get you the farmer's market. It's not on the Mod Center. Watching the show, you get a little advance notice. I gotta make, and the trash, exclamation point trash, so you have a place to sell your trash. I feel like I'm just waiting for trains. Before we were waiting for boats, now we're waiting for trains. They will come. I have not noticed. I didn't do anything. As a matter of fact, when I created the other map, I took the railroad crossings out of this one and used the same ones. So if these are not alternating lights, there was a fix I did a while back to get things working correctly. Yeah. There's 4 trains that come through here. Come on. One of you gotta be coming around soon. I've got multiple railroad crossings. Down below, up above. I guess I could jump in a train on it. I'm not even thinking. Boats. Boat. Boat. Train. Going around the track. Here it comes now. Just to where I just was standing. So we should be able to see as we come through a railroad crossing up here. The railroad crossings should be dropped up there, and are the lights not alternating? Oh, they're not on this map. What do you know? And that one's out. We got some lighting problems. We'll get to those. A little visual light problem on the railroad crossings back here. You know how many railroad crossings are actually in this map? Yeah, they're not alternating. I wonder why. There's Thank you there, Thomas. We'll see if we can figure out why they're not working. I'll have to go in and replace them all with the... Oh my gosh, I know there's an excess of 60 railroad crossings on this map, but it could be over 80. But they're working all fine on the other map. So it's probably just more XML linking issues that are whacked out, but the sounds are working on the proper railroad crossings now. I'm wondering if I'm gonna just go to another section here and see if they're all that way or what the deal is. Yeah, we have lighting problems. Railroad crossing lights. You guys gotta stop giving me things I have to fix from 2 months ago so we can keep the new stuff coming. That is... Actually, there's not gonna be a map update for a while, so it's not a priority, but we'll try to get them fixed for the next map update when we have to add more products. Just like the other map, we got rid of the floating light that was above field, whatever. And maybe, just maybe, we'll have other stuff taken care of. So it almost looked like they were flashing back and forth. They are flashing. I think it's just yeah, they are flashing. It's just hard to see. It's like a time issue, or I think it might even be the graphics that are being used on these lights compared to the other map. It might be the something going on there. We'll have to check it out. Wrong nodes on the it could be wrong nodes on the XML. We'll check it out. All right. So I am going to we had to go to we can go right here. Equals. Do. Purchase, control, escape. We'll jump into the city. I'm going to buy the whole city again. There, I own the city. I'm going to buy a vehicle down in the city so I don't have to walk there. Although I could tab, but I always go to vehicles. There, makes it easier. There we are, and I'm going to purchase, just to show you real quick, the farmer's market. And I'm going to put it right across the street right here in the city because I can. And voila, see, it works in both maps. Everything works in both maps. We come over here, wherever I dropped it, we have a farmer's market. I always do that. I drop it in there and then I can't find it in the map because I don't know the map's so huge. But we have a farmer's market in here somewhere. I got the slowest vehicle. I could run faster. There it is right there behind me. So you can put it right in the middle of your city pretty easily. and it'll work just fine. If you go to, let's see, that's gonna require a long run, but let's see. If I purchase from this tab right here, go to my mods and load the trash in. And this, if you remember, if you guys are playing this map, there is a landfill, but we don't have the trigger in. And eventually, the plan was to build it into the map, but I am just gonna... Oh, we're at the edge of the world. Where's the landfill? Let me spin. It's down that way, it must be. Am I at the right edge of the map? Oh, we gotta go north. I'm way too far south. Up this way. All the way over the hills, through the lots, which you guys will hopefully be filling up with factories pretty soon. You have a landfill trigger, and I'm sure I don't own this land. I should buy it first. Let's see. If you want it, you're gonna have to buy the land to place the trigger. That little plot right there for 297,000. Hopefully it brings me back there and I don't have to scroll all the way across the map again. Now I can put this trigger just about anywhere I want off the side if I'm not blocked by trash. You might have a hard time finding. Collides with an object. There's a spot not quite level. I know there's places we could find, and if not, you just turn off your put the place anywhere thing on there. So I got one there. You could also put it on the train if we ever figure out a way to sell train. But you can add your landfill trigger and it blends right in with the landfill. And it will show up on your map too. Because that's a regular sell point. Now you can see that there's this trash sell point right there that we can visit, and it textured right into the rest of the trash. Now that one's floating a little bit because the ground got lowered underneath it, but yeah, we've got some trash in the landfill over here. So yeah, you can put a couple sell points in and have your landfill start collecting. The global company doesn't like the place anywhere mod, right? But you don't need it because in global company you activate extended placeable and you can place anywhere. That's why it doesn't like it. They have their own place anywhere built in. Now you'll see that I can get a lot more green triggers with garbage even in them. I'm sure I could easily rotate around probably and might be able to get it over the railroad track. I don't know. Some objects it still collides with, but you do get many more options of placing things when the place anywhere is active. I can actually have garbage right inside. And that's why it doesn't play well with it, because they have it built in their own version. So you'll be able to add multiple garbage triggers. You'll have some garbage to drive around. Yeah, you'll be able to squeeze one in here or there. There's a tire there. You can see I got a few. Now, if I drive through, we can still get in. You might have to go around a few trash piles to get into some of these. Look at that one. I put the trash right in the middle, but you could still get in the trigger. And that one there. So yeah, you'll be able to squeeze them in your landfill. Some sell points for garbage. No problem. And that landfill is huge. Look, there's a dead car in there. Yep, that's right built in, so if you need to do a place anywhere, go with it. Um, did I need anything else fixed? So right now, there are, I guess, before I get into too far in advance, we've got a pallet factory was already updated out there for you guys. And you got the farmer's market. You've got the sawmills do need an update. So I think we'll do the quick sawmill fixes and then get those updated tonight as well before I jump into because there's four of them. I've got four of them. We need to fix some triggers. They work fine except for if you want to offload a bucket into the sawmill, you need to I have trigger issues. So they're not that big of a deal now that I know what I'm doing with triggers. They're just a little bit misplaced. Did I post the link for the chip factory? Uh, no, those aren't coming out yet. The only ones you got right now are the pallet factory and the sawmills and the chipboard planks. Because literally they were all done today. I haven't even tested. I think I gave them to X-Man's testing them right now, but he hasn't had them very long. But yeah, we got to do a little bit more testing on those. I mean, we're still finding things on the other ones. So basically, the biggest problem here is I used old triggers and they work differently. Pallet trigger is in, not that we have pallets of coal, but I'm going to pull it out just a little bit. But the biggest problem is the shovel trigger is not activated. It's the tip trigger. I am linked to this tip trigger, but the way tip triggers work now, you have to raise your shovel up real high. That tip trigger should be right there, just above the ground level is where your tip triggers need to be. Or you have to raise your shovel up and dump it in. So it wasn't taking shovels, and that will actually fix it. I got to do that to all four of them. That's all I got to do. I think our log trigger is down there. That takes logs just fine. You haven't had any problem with the logs, right? So it was Clincy that's been doing a little bit of testing. He's the one that had issues with, and actually I never deleted the fake plane that's underneath this one either. We can get rid of that because that's just not needed. Sawmill 1. Add to archive. Zip it up. And I just got to do that 4 times. That's the tough part when you're dealing with things like that. If I have a sawmill fix because I reused it over and over and over, then I've got to do it 4 times. But when I have an orchard fix, I got to do the same fix 10 times. If I have a greenhouse, it's like, oh no, I missed this little thing. Now I got to go back and do it 10 more times. So yeah, 10 at a time. Unzip it. Sawmill 2. Sawmill's not too bad. You just should remember the numbers. Just copy and paste the numbers. Copy paste. I just jump in. For the triggers and search that. Now it's much easier, I think, for me to do it this way than to try to find it opening up the i3D file. Oh yeah, I could copy the numbers. I know what he's saying. Just copy the numbers for where the locations are. It's pretty much the same deal, though. It's just a couple triggers. I can do the second set the coal is the most important one. The tip trigger is just too high. So that's really the one that is not getting the tip, and I'm pulling it out just a little bit so you get it a little sooner. Because it doesn't use a shovel target, and the pallet trigger we're pulling up a little bit further. If we ever want to drop pallets in. Not that we make pallets of coal, but you never know in the future. I might be making pallets of coal. That's all I need to do. Sawmill 2. Oh, I still have the underneath on that one as well. Oh, you know what I might be doing too? Yeah, I gotta go back to Sawmill 1. I gotta get my cameras working correctly. Alright, that one's gonna be good. Sawmill 1, yeah, I probably just messed up the view camera. Add to archive. Gotta remember to put my cameras back if I'm not using a special one. I rarely create the... I gotta get in the habit of creating additional camera for working on it. But I usually do that and then I end up on the GUI camera anyway. so I give up. I give up. There's no easy way. I think you have to save it with the whatever camera view you save with, if I'm correct, is the one that it defaults to when you load back up. I don't know if I'm correct, but I think I am. We can test that theory sometime. I want to just check this one more time. And make sure, because I get in here and I move my camera around, and next thing you guys jump in, you're looking at half the thing. Yeah, we want it right about there. Sawmills only have the GUI camera. Zippity doo dah. Put that one out here. And delete that. We got a few more to do. That's Sawmill 2. We got to do the Sawmill 4 extension. Same thing. Da 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 da. How many outputs can you have on a factory? Each factory brew crew can have 10 input products and 10 output products. So in total you could have 10 inputs, which is what we're using for the orchards, but you could actually create 10 products on the outside as well. And you can have 2 factories built into one mod. So you can have, like the farmer's market has 20 input products because it's actually using 2 factories to create that. So technically in one placeable right now, you could build 2 separate factories, each with 10 inputs and 10 outputs. Which is pretty amazing in itself. Now they originally, like I said in the past, they put the second factory originally in there because we're going to be using one of those factory lines to build the factory, and the second one will be to operate the factory. And that's going to be pretty cool when we get into it, doing the buildables, because you get to make, I mean, you can use all these nodes, so whatever I laid out, I can turn on whatever I make like we already have the factories and the visibility. I mean, it should be pretty easy to take some of the work that we've done. Now, with the, they said that it's maximum of 2 factories per placeable currently. With the next update, they said it's going to support 5. And then you'll be able to have 50 inputs and 50 outputs, which is absolutely amazing. So I gotta fix that. My trigger's okay. I just want to get rid of my background on this one too. Don't need it anymore. Alright, you have a good night. Thanks for your help. So yeah, we'll be which is going to be awesome because we're going to need a factory building like that when we do a fairgrounds, something that can have 50 inputs and 50 outputs. We might even have to do 2-part fairgrounds with all the stuff that's going to be on this one. As you guys know, we get crazy. Sawmill 4 updated. And let's see, Elemental PQR Sawmill 6. Yeah, you can have them have multiple output products like it was in the past. I just decided to go with the modular setup because um, it gives you, I think, a little bit more control over how you're working. You know, if you're one of those people that needs more pallets than others because you're running more greenhouses, then you just throw a couple pallet factories on. If you need to create more wood chips, it just gives you a better, you get to configure your own, you know, options this way on based on how you guys play the game rather than how I set it up. You can so it's kind of cool having it this way, I think. Recenter. This plane can be left in. I'll probably end up putting it back in as I always do. But it doesn't do anything because it's outside the group, just like the light is there. I'll leave the light in, but it doesn't show up on the map because it's outside the actual group of the sawmill itself, which is all in that one group. Sawmill 6. Done. Put it out here. And if I didn't screw anything up in the process, those triggers should be able to take a shovel. I think I'll go in and... Which one would be easier? I guess we got plenty of room to place one down at the industries map for testing that out before I give you guys the new link. In the future, do you have in-game sawmill? Is there any way you can delete that so other people can place a sawmill there? I had thought about that too. Currently where the in-game sawmill is, it does serve as a sell point for products. Down the road, it can easily be taken out of the map, but we want to make sure we have other sell points for those products as well, because that's all it really is right now. And I had thought about doing that. It does take up quite a bit of space. What does it do? It sells wood chips and it sells something else. Or is it just wood chips? Is that whole thing there right now just for wood chips? I can't remember. Well, but again, it can easily come out of there. So, turn off my seasons. Logs, yeah, logs. It sells logs and wood chips, but you're right. I left it in there for now because people get started the game. Just like I'm never gonna remove the buying ability of lime and those things, but we are gonna be able to create all that stuff uh, on our own. All the lime and fertilizer we already can fertilizer, but did I forget to save after I sent it? I don't think I did. Did I send you the zip up the wrong one? Maybe I zipped up the wrong one, TC. I'll have to check it out. I might have sent you the wrong one. I do crazy stuff like that. Now, been trying multiply things, try and get boats to work. The boats are still not working at all? Because it will reorder the numbers itself after you save the game. It should reorder the numbers. But I'll check what I sent you in just when I'm done checking my sawmills. You still have 3 boats. Did you rename it to Vehicle XML and not Vehicle Save Game 6? Blah, blah, blah. Give it the proper name. I'll check it out. Might have zipped up the wrong thing. I thought I zipped up the copy I worked on. 3 boats per boat. You can't have 3 boats per boat. Alright, I am going to escape, give me some cash, buy up a chunk over here by my coal, and place down a sawmill. I don't think I have to test them all. I just want to test. Well, for now, I'm going to test sawmill the small one. Just see if the trigger works better. Let's fly. Woo! Okay, I'll check it out and see if what I sent you is correct in a minute. After we do this. After we fly over to... Where is it? Oh, we're heading in this direction. It's a big map. Can we fit it in there? Yeah, we can get it right outside. Cause I gotta test a shovel from the mine and fill the coal up right there. So I'll put it right there. See if I can fill that with a shovel. It's gonna be a little bit of a drive, but I'll grab my wheel loader. And I'll grab my custom shovel from my modded section, which holds a lot more. And we'll drive over to the mines. The one I sent is correct. It went from 38 to 41. It should be correct. Yeah, I linked it in there. So I don't know what. It will. Yeah. Now, why would you copy it and then paste it when you just want to use it? Just rename it to the same name as your vehicle XML. Copy that one, back it up. because Notepad sucks, number one. You mess up one thing and you'll be missing everything. But yeah, it should. And are you putting it in the right save game file? Because you gotta make sure it says vehicle XML so it reads it. I didn't change that for you. I could actually test it in here. It's not going to keep all your equipment. But if I put it into my save game and run off your game file, it should work just fine. I'll save this game up later, even though, because yeah, the boats should disappear. So we got to test the shovel trigger. Before, because the trigger was so high up, you could use a shovel on that trigger, but you had to lift it way up in the air. It's higher than the trigger to dump it in. Like that high. You might have opened what you sent me rather than what I sent back to you. Yeah, that would cause an issue. Don't open what you sent. Oh, you know what? Maybe delete what you sent and then click on that link again, because I think I might have named it the same thing and it might not be overwriting what's already in your Dropbox. Or download mine to not in your Dropbox but on your desktop or something, because that could be part of the issue too. It might not be overwriting your original one that you sent me. It is a little bit of a drive with this little piece of equipment all the way over to the mines, but you know, I haven't been on this map much lately, so I'll enjoy the ride. Yeah, if you've got no numbers missing, then you got your old save game file, not the one I sent you. Again, it's the Cherokee interface. Look at, we put little boats floating on the river here since we did it. You got the tugs that go out there as well. And we're almost there. We're more than halfway. We just gotta go up, cross the bridge, and then... You know what else we gotta do? Well, fishing will come back when we can build objects into the map too. We've got so much to do before we get into the extra industry like fishing. But there is a boat floating around here on a spline that's just meant for fishing, and we gotta create a fishing boat rather than the... So one of those boats is gonna change again at some point in the very far down the road future. I think we've got about 30 factories to build before we get there, at least. We've got concrete, glue, drywall, stone crusher, steel. They're the ones that are coming real soon. Those are the ones that are on the list. On Wednesday's show, if all goes well, you guys will have this package. And we will be working on the first buildable, which will be our concrete factory as a buildable placeable to see how that works. We should be, based on the way it's going, we should be there by then, by Wednesday. Actually, I might be there by tomorrow. I got three more pieces to do, and the barrel factory's already. I don't think that one's going to take more than a couple hours to knock off the barrel factory. Barrels won't be used for a long time. Oh wait, we do have the storage facility. That could take some time. We got a lot of storage to make. So yeah. But we don't have to go far to test the trigger. You're gonna do a test by copy and paste this file? Alright. We should be able to dig in and take down some of this. Look at that, we're full already. It is piled higher in this. If you reset or a new save game, it is piled so high I didn't realize I could pile it that high. I was missing bits on the map. There's so much coal in this one. So I should be able to just dump right now. Yeah. There you go. That's what we were looking for. I think I dumped it in, or did it hit the trigger, or is it just piled on the ground? Let's see. Oh, it just piled on the ground. That's not good. I have to do a tip occlusion on that too, don't I? Where? Oh, where? Uh-oh. That might be an issue. How did I miss the trigger? We got a tip back here. I think I filled it up that time. Yeah, we got to do a no tip to ground little plane there. It worked. It just have to... I haven't had to do that before. It's a tip occlusion area, I believe. See? Now it filled it right up. Or stretch that trigger way back. I'm going to have to do a little bit more work. So it covers the whole box. Am I making a storage house that takes all the products? Not yet. But I'm making one right now that takes all of the board, and we might have to do more of that because of we'll see. There may be a main master warehouse down the road, but right now we're going to be doing see, if I dump it way back there, it actually went underneath, so I'm going to have to stretch those triggers. That's why you got to test, even though it was a simple little thing. I dumped beyond the trigger. I want to put that trigger right back to the wall so it catches everything. So I'm going to re-edit them all again. Look at how big that wall is. I want to do it so it catches everything and it doesn't spill out underneath, which it did. You just can't see it. If I'm out here, you can see I filled it right up where it filled. And I spilled some on the ground, but at least it filled it with a shovel. It's easier to fill with a vehicle, but I'll stretch that trigger out. So that you can't dump behind it, underneath it, like I do right there, because we're gonna have a bunch of stuff underneath. Can you scoop out of that trigger? No. You don't have the ability to scoop out of this trigger. That was something that you cannot do. But you don't need to take coal out of these. You shouldn't. So I don't have that built into here where you can scoop out. And I put the conveyors on there for the wood chips, so you could load the wood chips right off of there. Don't need to use the scooper. I didn't want to get, maybe somewhere down the road, but I'm not going back to it. I gotta fix these triggers. I have to look into, now technically if I had wood chips in here, I should be able to fill the bucket from that too. Let me check that out. Sawmill, open. We'll get some logs in there. Fire it up for a day. Get some wood chips. There, we have some wood chips, 24,000 liters. Let me go to daytime again. There. Whoa. Stop the clock. Okay. 16x map. Little lag when you're fast forwarding 9,000 times. But we should be able to fill our shovel. I think. Will a shovel fill with these? I thought that they would. Maybe not. Yeah, R. Start filling. So we've got 4,000 wood chips in my shovel. If I played more than weekends, I'd just become a tester. It's easier, yeah. This is industry, PV Industries there, Hunter Ben. It is in, well, the map's been out for a while, but the placeables I'm working on, we're working on a pretty good little set. I'm just tweaking away. I'm going to do a little more trigger adjustment on my sawmills before I give them back out to you guys. I am desperately needing... Wait, never mind. Okay, no mind. I'm desperately needing a break for just a couple minutes here. It won't be long. Or I'm gonna wet myself. No. uh, and then I'm gonna show you what we gotta do. We're gonna go through the sawmills once more. I want to get it so the trigger's big enough so that it catches whatever you drop underneath. There is a tip occlusion. I never use that. I think. Do I set an area? Is there anything out there that has that built in? Anybody ever do anything with that? It would have to be built into the XML, and it probably is in one of the global company mods. They probably used it somewhere. I'll have to check. Do I have any open? I've got so much stuff that my computer's gonna crash. Well, when in doubt, grab something that should have it. The BGA beat beater should have it if it's done, because you're dumping product there. So let's open that one up and take a look at that XML when we... Don't forget, yes, the mods... Did all 3 boats change? Only 2 did over there? Well, check it out. All 3 should change. Otherwise, I think I got them all. So in the beat beater XML, we got tip occlusion update area size 3030. So he's just using the size of the... Let's try that. If we add that one line and to our scale, it should block it out. For the whole sawmill. We got a 2757 tip occlusion update area already built in there, so I don't know why. I guess that must not have anything to do with it. So I guess we'll just fix the triggers. I don't know. There's a way, but we'll move the triggers so that you can't overload. All three are fixed. Thank you. Yes. Very good. Always nice to say please and thank you. Yes, indeed. So, what time? It's only 10:17. I say that like we've got all night, which we do. Not really, but we still got a couple hours to go. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to go back to my trigger for my coal, my tip trigger, which is now underground. And I am going to actually, if I scale the Y to 0.5, it's fine. We just have to have it up above ground a little bit. You don't want it really high. But what I want to do is I want to make it really deep. That's not deep, that's wide. Figure out how far back we have to go. We'll go about 2.5. That'll get you into all the way back to the wall and a little bit in front. So 2.5 deep. The shovel target is now not even in use. I'm not deleting the node because the new trigger takes over for the shovel target. Bale trigger isn't, but I'm not deleting the node because I don't have to change nodes in my XML for the stuff that falls, like the display and everything. So they're there, but they're not being used. But the pallet trigger goes up, that's fine. So it's really just a tip trigger. I want it to go all the way back to the wall, so if you do overshoot it, it'll still go in. And so X scale 2.5. Save that one. Alright, zip it back up. Otherwise, you'll have a bunch of stuff on the ground to clean up when it runs out of coal. And with that, I've got to do 3 more sawmills and then we'll hopefully get to the barrel factory. So I am going to take a short recess. And when we get back, we'll fix these 3 up and we'll get the new ones updated on the Trello board for everybody to get the update to the sawmills that have the triggers that are lowered, so you can use a loader. But give me a couple minutes and I will be back. I just need to take a quick break. I am back, and let's get the scene back up there. There we go. Hope you guys stuck around. Did anybody? Yeah, we lost a few. All right, we're going to fix these four up. Get you some links. On to sawmill number 2. We're gonna just do the same thing. Stretch that trigger out so it catches all the product. Hello, I got game 18. How you doing? Thank you, Thomas. And we doing a little bit of everything. You never know where the show's gonna go. Fix somebody's XML file so I could show other people that are still way back on the old version how to get rid of the multiple boat thing. And I'm just fixing these triggers so we can get you guys. So it's 2.5 on the x-axis, and we're sliding it back into the wall. So if you overshoot your trigger, it'll still pick it up. There you go. Put it back so it's just above the ground. With these triggers in 19, you only want a little bit, otherwise you have to dump into the trigger. So putting it just a little bit above the ground, like so, works well. It'll pick up both trailers and shovels. And out of that one, I love this zip program. It always names the file that I zip up whatever the name of the folder is, which makes it really handy when you're doing this type of work. Delete that one. I got the new one in there. Go to Sawmill 4. We are going to have so many mods in this folder that I'm going to be lost in a few weeks. Exclamation point market will get you the farmer's market. And it will go up on the Trello board in the near future. These are going to go right onto the Trello board mod center. Right when I get done, I'll just go in because they're already there. I'm going to overwrite the ones that are in there. For you guys. And I'll update the update date. I've been putting the dates in. Right back to the wall. Drop it back down. Just above the ground. Save that. Oh, I'm not fixing my camera views. I hate that part of the whole thing. I keep forgetting to fix the cameras. That one I did. We'll go do 6 and I'll check cameras on the first 2 again just to make sure. Hopefully I don't have to go back in these ever again after this. You keep going backwards. Recon Lobster, doing well. How are you, my friend? Just working out little issues, tiny issues that we found in the process of actually someone able to play the game. Wanting to use their front loader into the sawmill, but it wasn't taking it because the triggers are too high on the sawmill. They're some of the first triggers I did. Whoop. And all those triggers are too high in the were too high in the air. Now they're fine, but they got to be extended so you can't dump on the ground. Sawmill 6. Let's put the view of the camera back where I want it before I zip that one up. I gotta check the camera views on the first two again. Not that it matters that much, but it is nice to have a good view when you hit the button in the game. Gonna do the first two and just check the views. Might as well unzip that one too right now. Sawmill. How many boats on Pleasant Valley 4X? There's just 2 boats right now on the 4X. When we do fishing later on and it's built into... Yeah, I want the view to be a little bit better than that when you come in. When we get fishing, are able to build objects into the map. It's going to be interesting how that works. We'll have to do some testing with that because... Will the property need to be owned to pick up the fish? Then you'll have people buying sections of the waterways. I mean, there's so many questions that come into play with that stuff. That one's done. We'll figure that out. Another thing, I don't know if anybody has heard or if they... Whoops, we don't want to zip it up until we fix it. If they've mentioned it, but the... Now where was I? What was I just thinking? Oh my gosh, my mind just went blank. They were fixing the error that happens when you... I know they're fixing that error when you don't own the property of you being able to fill the factories on the multiplayer game, if or even on single player. Here, we got the view saved. Let's get that out of there. Zip that one up. There was something else that... Oh, the ability to spawn pallets on the map and not into storage. I don't know if they're going to do anything with that. But we had some reasons for that function, like spawning garbage and fish would be a issue with that too. You'd have to... Well, it wouldn't just pick them up. I mean, there's reasons why I'd like to be able to do that. Alright, so we've got our sawmills ready for you guys. Thank you, Chewy Whiskey Tango, for the subscription. Appreciate that. Chewy Whiskey Tango. Chewy Whiskey. What is Chewy Whiskey? I never had Chewy Whiskey. So, right now, what you don't see is on the other screen, I'm going to drag these 4 files right into... I know other modders make you wait for their updates, but me, I do them live on the stream. It's a new thing. While they're uploading, I'm gonna go over to the Trello Mod Center. If you haven't grabbed the PV tools, it's a convenient... Well, it actually brings you... I want to add the Mod Center link directly in this. I have it linked to the original 16x workboard, and I can find the Mod Center from there. Because these are updating, what I'm doing is I bring up anything that I update back up to the top of the list. So if you see something at the top, it's either new or updated. And those four are going back up to the top, and then I'm gonna click on it and updated. Now I'll let you know when the links, they are complete. All right, the links down there will work. 08182019. I'm putting the last update date into these, and you'll see it right in the line there with the name, so everybody knows. If you're in the mod center and you check back to see if we found anything else with these later, we add in the update dates now. So they are ready for you guys on the mod center. We did orchards after the show on August 15th, and all the greenhouses were updated. I didn't put the update date in there, but they are all were done on the 14th, I believe. So just after the last show, we fixed the glass that wasn't showing. We fixed the little pipe that was there. We fixed all the little tiny things that we discovered in the last show. So how do you fix PV Industries? It depends what version you are on, and there's so many things that you'd have to have to know what version you're actually running. But the basic way, if you're all the way back on version 1, what you need to do is create a new save game. Or if you're on 1.1 or 1.2, if you're on the latest, then you don't have to do a darn thing to fix it if you're already running the latest and you're not having any problems, because these are all just added in. Just found railroad crossing gate that I don't think is in the right place over by Littleton Central Station. PV Industries on the PV Industries map. It might be in the right place. I don't know. We have some random railroad crossings on there for future development. Oh, the boats? We showed that. You got to go back. You got to go into your vehicle XML and delete the extra boats. The extra, yeah. Rewatch the show. We're not going to go back there. I got to move forward. But yeah, rewatch. We did an update of that, or grab. It saves all the old boats in your vehicle XML. You have to take out the additional trailers. What I do have to work on is, if I can find it, I got it on my desktop covered up on my monitor over here somewhere. Not in that folder. I gotta move some stuff around. I'm looking underneath all these folders. A barrel factory. Starting from scratch with the barrel factory. Now, when I already copied the model for the barrel factory out here. When I do a new factory, I try to figure out the easiest way for me to do it is to find something that is very similar as far as moving parts or whatever. We can delete that Pete Peter duplicate too. That I've done in the past. I know the pallet factory doesn't have any real moving parts, so the barrel factory is probably the most similar to the pallet factory. We're going to have to make some changes, but with that, I will open up my pallet factory as my starting point here. I'm going to look in the pallet factory folder, and I got to grab the XML files and the GCC checker Lua And I'll grab the store DDS. Those are things that we're going to reference. I'm going to copy them up into here. Starting with that stuff, we'll add pallets and stuff later as we need them. We're going to find the barrel pallets from an old map, hopefully. There's a sound file on field 14. Sound might have to be updated on the industries map because I don't think I did the sound over on that yet. I don't think it's linked correctly. We'll get to that. I'll put that on my notes here. Sounds on industries. We'll check those out. I don't think they're linked correctly, and I don't think the sounds are in the right place like I did on this map. So those are the files that have to be in here. Now I'm going to change the pallet factory so it says barrel factory. And I'm going to, the pallet XML is actually going to be the barrel pallet XML eventually. We don't have one yet, but my mod description and the L10N section. I'm going to start with opening up the barrel factory. We'll show you what I've done so far. I exported the models. So which global company mods you need? Go to the whatever ones you want to use. Go to my mod center. Download the ones that are on there. So here is my barrel factory ready to be converted into a GC mod. I'm gonna create, like I always do, a primitive plane outside of my group just so I know where the ground level is as I'm placing things. It makes it easier. The ground is at 0. You can see if things are touching the ground, if anything's floating above the ground too high. That looks like it's right up against the ground. It might be a little bit higher than the ground level. I'm going to undo that because I'm going to take the whole viz group, which is just floating a tiny bit up off the ground. Actually, it's probably close enough that you won't even notice in the game because the ground decal is right there and that one disappeared. So I have the basics of the barrel factory. First thing I'm going to do is go into my mod description, edit that with Notepad. I'm using the one from the pallet factory, changing that to barrel factory, just changing whatever we need. Anywhere function to barrel factory. Doing quick descriptions. It's obvious it's going to create barrels. Point to the barrel factory XML and the barrel palette when we make it. So I'm kind of staying with the same naming conventions so it's easy to switch. That should be all we need to do in the mod description XML. Sawmill XML can be closed. That one can be closed because we removed those. Next is the big barrel factory XML. And I go right down the list of the old one and I correct or add in stuff and change the price. I mix them up a little bit. Barrels, I'm going to make it a little bit less, I guess. 115. Not. Change my price. Daily upkeep I'm not too concerned about. Fill type is going to be boards and barrel. Function is barrel factory. It's a placeable, global company placeable. And it's the barrel factory i3D that we just named. Now you can go out and double check to make sure you named it right, but I know because I use the same thing lowercase b, capital F. Make sure it's pointing to the right i3D file. Test size. So with my plane, usually I try to get it down to where I want my footprint for my barrel factory to be. And what's weird is the plane is at 0, 0, 0. My viz is also a little bit off. I'm going to center it up a little bit. We'll have to move some things around later, like the board palettes and digital displays. We're going to focus on that later. I'm just going to center up my whole... Actually, let me undo that. I think I can grab the whole... See, you can't do the whole group because then it'll say that it's not at XY. So you do have to do the individual pieces, but I can grab... Yeah, I'm going to have to grab the the visibility nodes. I'd like to center it up. The viz section, I guess I'll have to do it all like so. We'll have to move the pieces back in later. What I'm trying to do right now is, and we're going to have to put this so the board's link is going to be very accessible for the other factory. It has to be out far enough from the edge because it's going to plug in onto my other little thingamabobbers. So I'm going to load it up right from the front. We'll have you drop boards in right there. The visuals for the boards, that's the board palette viz that fills up as we fill it with boards. We're probably going to redo all of those eventually. Our digital display, we grab the whole display, put it somewhere. We'll see what we end up doing with this in the long run. I'm just getting some things back to where they will work for now. There's not a lot of room on here, but what I'm trying to do is shrink down my pad that it's sitting on to get my size. I'm going to go to about 23. That looks like a good size. And front to back, we definitely can shrink down some of the back here. So I'm going to move this whole thing back even. I'll grab my visibility group right here. Shift it all back toward the center. I can cut off all that stuff. Let me cut down the front and back a little bit more on my plate here. That looks like a better area for the factory. I'm guessing that, yeah, we're gonna not worry too much about the visibility of boards on this one because there's just not going to be a lot of room for all that stuff. I am going to slide this back to where it was though. On this factory we never had a lot of visuals, so it's going to be pretty quick. So we've got the displays and our output trigger. Product 1 is barrel. I'm renaming them because you don't need, it makes it easier for me now. I know that that's barrel. I know that this is boards. Now when I look at my triggers, I can tell what they are. So I've grabbed and basically did a shrunk down. I got a pretty good size footprint. This is the trigger, the player trigger that triggers the menus. We're going to shrink that down to, oh, let's see, fit it on the landscape here. So when you're at it, it'll pop up your display. I think that that's pretty good. Make sure it's just touching. Thank you for the cheers there. Thank you so much, Days Farms. All right. So that's my visual. That's where the pop-up menu will appear. Maybe a little bit off there. We'll get the whole building in and up by the back trigger. Just working some things in. So this area right here, 23x20z, back over to my XML. I'm putting in the 23, 20, 23, 20, random rotation manual, tip occlusion area, same thing, I put it in there, 23, 20. Clear areas. We have a clear areas setting right here. Start index. What we're going to do is we're going to come in really close, up tight and close, and I'm going to plop right on the corner of this. Make sure it's touching the corner. My start index. And then I'm going to grab my values for that start index right here, the translations. Shift Control C grabs all three at the same time. I'm going to move those to my width index. Then I'm going to drag, because it's right on the same exact point, you get a nice straight line. I'm going to drag the width all the way to that corner right there. And I'm going to do the same thing for the height index, and you're doing it in an L-shaped manner. Height, we're going to put right back to that corner right there. So we have a clear area defined, and that is at node 5. So 50, 51, and 52 are my numbers right here for my clear area. 50, 51, 52. Same with, I use the clear areas, and you can do it. We do have a max smooth distance 5, slope 30, angle 20. It's been working great on my mods. But this is where it levels the ground. We're going to use those same nodes, so that's the area that it will also level. I'm keeping the ground type gravel. That's the ground type that will appear underneath the leveled area. You can change that to whatever ground type. If we put cobblestone down like we did in the farmer's market, it would show cobblestone in that area underneath. But all my sawmills have the gravel texture, so you can easily paint in between them when you get done if you wanted to. And then I have in there the seasons mask areas, and I mask that whole area as well. 50, 51, 52, all using the same nodes. That way it will not snow on top of those triggers with this whole thing built in. So I'm going to save early. We're going to keep working down my list. Thank you, TMP 59900, for the follow. Day-night objects are my lights. I'm not adding them in yet, so I'm doing a little block out so I know that they're there. It'll be easy to add them in later when I get there. And that's just the caret, the less than symbol or whatever you want, exclamation point, dash, dash, and then followed at where you want it to end. It turns it green. It will not read that part of the XML. So I don't have lights in there yet. We will add them near the end. We'll put some around the edge, and then we'll activate that after initial testing. Then we get into the production factory part, and we need to give it an index name, and all caps, I'm switching my index name from pallet factory to barrel factory, and this one here, same way, just keep with my case sensitive stuff. Global company placeable pallet factory name is going to barrel factory name. That is when we get into opening up in my barrel factory the L10N EN That line is right here. So here is pretty quick. Search, replace. I'm replacing all instances of pallet with barrel, replace all. Now everything is correct. I didn't keep it. I do want to capitalize these two B's here because they're in the menu. And creates barrels from boards. See, that was pretty quick for that setup because we use the pallet factory. It said created pallets from boards. This one's going to create barrels for boards. It already has input number 1 is boards, barrel production. So moving on, we got our factory name in now there, and then we got to put barrel factory right here. Factory description. GUI camera feed. This here adds the camera for the GUI. So we're going to create a camera. I'm going to cut that camera and put it into my factory group. Edit, paste, and I'm going to rename it GUI underscore CAMERA. There. Now technically, I should be, if I view my cameras, I should still be on the perspective camera now when I load in. If I keep staying on this, I won't have to adjust my cameras all the time. But for the first time, I'm going to go view, camera, where is it? And then GUI camera. And I'm going to set that camera to the view I want when you open up the view in the global company script. And now I'm going to switch back to my other camera so I don't mess that up and save it. So the camera is right there. You can see it highlighted. I can save. I can move around. I'm on the other camera, and that camera is the one that should stay the view. But we have to link that camera up, and that camera is on node. Hey Dave in chat, I have a question. I put down a sawmill with 2 extensions and tried to put a pallet factory on one of the extensions, and it said object collides with object. What are you missing? You have to turn it on in the global company menu. The furthest button to the right when you open up your global company menu, there's buttons at the top. There's like their own built-in error log, and there's their own built-in functions on the very far side right. When you first activate a save game, there's a button on the top that overrides the collisions. Just click that box and you won't have any problem. Our GUI camera is at node 6 right here. It says a 6. So index path 6. And we're going to go over to here. And if you look down, camera feed, GUI camera. And one of the things I like to do is I'll put a bunch of spaces so I know which parts I've already done. I'm changing that node to 6 and in the i3D mapping so it knows where to find my GUI camera. Operation delay, I'm going to keep 10 minutes, show GUI true, yes. Register unloading trigger. We can keep it unloading trigger boards. And we have an exact fill root node and a pallet trigger. Alright. So down here we have a pallet trigger. I'm going to cut that, move it up. And we also have the exact fill root node. Cut that, and I'll put that one up here because those are the two we're going to hook up next on this factory. On my input trigger boards, the pallet trigger, we're going to bring it over. I want it to overlap pretty good. We're going to bring it down to the ground level first. You can see when it hits the, that's why I use that plane When it hits the ground, you know it's in there. I like it to overlap so it will catch the boards that on my other triggers, and just put my pallet trigger. I'm going to check collision trigger. Node number 24 is set. That is what a pallet trigger needs. It's a static object collision trigger with collision mask of just 24. So the pallet trigger is in place. That is at index number 000 right there. We go back over here and make sure the pallet trigger node is set to 000, which it is. Exact fill root node, it did not have one here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this, Control D, and I'm going to rename it exact fill root node. Now I'm working on a copy. Now this is the one that doesn't need to be, this is the one that goes into the ground. So we're just going to shrink it down, and that is one that catches any loose product if we fill. Just stick it just above the ground. It's in the same place as a pallet trigger, but it's on the ground. There is a setting on the exact fill root nodes. I believe the trigger comes off. I'm going to check this because I'm still, there's so much to remember about this stuff that I get confused. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump over to the pallet factory and take a quick look. I'm pretty sure it's, if I'm right, the trigger comes off and the button gets clicked to 30, not 24. The bit 30 is set on those. Exact fill root node is right here. Rigid body, yep, trigger gets turned off and node is 30. So I was correct, I just don't trust myself all the time. So quick look doesn't hurt. So we want to take off the trigger button and turn on exact fill, turn on 30, and that is an exact fill root node. And on that trigger it's 0003. Now if we come back to my XML file, you'll see here it says 0002. I have two options with this. I can either move this up so it's above the displays and it falls right in and I don't have to change the number, which I'm going to because I think the display number will match now too. So I just moved it up one and now it says it's 0002. And if I come over here, exact fill root node is correct. So that is the first trigger. We're coming back up to my unloading trigger boards, my exact fill root node pallet trigger done. Now we're registering products. Input product, IP boards. Capacity. We'll keep it at 20,000, which is a full load. Global company placeable barrel factory input 1, which is boards. It says it right here in the ENXML English. Fill type is boards, which is good. Purchase price is using the sell point price boards plus a multiplier of 1.5, so it's going to cost you if you buy them. Input method right here, unloading trigger boards matches the unloading trigger that we set up right here. So that all stays the same. This is why I picked this factory. Digital displays, level numbers, in display 1 is the digital display that the boards are going to use. Come down here, we have in display 1 line. I'm going to move it up here so I know that I'm done with that part. And the node is 0003. So we go down to displays, and you'll notice this is 0030 because it's inside a display group. So the node is a little bit different. Very easy fix, 0030. Just got to make sure you point to the exact place where the display is, so we'll put in the line and the 0 for in display. And then you can adjust the number colors. I'm leaving them the way they are. And display type is level. Visibility nodes. That is your visibility group for boards. We actually do have a visibility nodes group for boards. It's right there. It only has one. If we wanted to, we can duplicate that visibility group. One thing I'm going to do, which I like to do, is I'm going to turn on the rigid body on the base group so it's actually collisionable when it's visible. You will bump into it. But if we wanted to add a little bit more visibility for boards, we can add a few more different nodes on that group, and as it fills up, to put 20 of these on this would be crazy. I don't even know if I want more than 2 because I'm going to be covering up my digital display and my board wood sign and all that. Maybe I'll put, let's see, my mouse just unclicked there. I hate when that happens. But you can put as many nodes. On a lot of the factories, I put several. Which folder import to get money back? You should be able to import every file except for the GRLE files. All of them. Just copy them all and save. Except for, I'll show real quick there. Checking out that. Let's see, which one are we working on? That's about, alright, so, documents, IW167, thank you for the follow. When you're, to keep the map up to date, open your save game, grab your career save game, grab your XML files, all the XML files, grab all those. Those definitely are where most of your data is saved. You can copy all them into your new save game. The ones you don't want to mess with, you can even grab your fruit density files and your cultivator density file if you want to keep your fruits and stuff on your map, but you want to redo your player collision file, so don't copy that one over. Your terrain, those don't make a difference, they get created. But this one here is very important not to copy. In your tip collision map, do not copy those into your new one. These you can copy everything except for those 4 files right there, and the map will work fine. This one will reset all the piles in the mine, which is the most important part. This will reset the ground levels. It changed the collision map on the ground levels. This resets where the tip collision map is. So those 3 and the terrain height map. Those 4 files right there are the crucial ones to keep in your new save game. And thank you guys for the follows. Nightcop Designs, Red Scorp 7. Everything else is all your information. Your vehicles, your weed growth state, your weed density. I don't really care about most of that stuff, but those 4 right there are the ones that you want to keep. You want from the new save game file right there. So I hope that helps you. Everything else can go. Your NPCs, your on-create objects. There are some things that will get changed in here. Your on-create objects. Oh wait, you have an items XML right here. If you're in there and you want to take out triggers that used to be there, they're going to be in here. The items that were created. I've taken them all out already, but there will be triggers for the old sell points that were in the map that might, especially on the 4X map, you'll find the, you still have dump places for Super Duper, And those, you'll find them in here, and you just got to delete that line if you find super duper sell point and those couple things. If you're having extra items that should have been removed that are still in the map, you'll find them in the items XML file, and you just delete the line. So I hope that helped. You could just replace those four and your game will work. Yes. Yep. That will get all that stuff back. Your cache, your equipment, your fields. If you want to reset the fruit density and the cultivator, if you plowed fields together, I recommend that you use the new ones because some things have changed there, but you can use your old ones. If I planted grass, for instance, and you don't reset the which I did in a few places, you have the option of planting it with your brush inside the game or resetting your cultivator density or your fruit density file. But once you do that, your fruit density will be all switched over. Delta 1, thank you for the follow. So I'm going to convert Factory Farm over to FS19 as soon as they come out with an inversion factory script. The factory scripts are out. A new version, they're going to be working on the new version. So I'm not going to get too crazy with visibility nodes. I'm creating another one more palette. We'll see if we can spin this 90 degrees and stick it back here by the steps somewhere just so we have a little bit more boards. I don't know, it looks kind of a little bit too much for me. So maybe I'll just keep it. Not a big deal. We'll just keep 2 of them on there. It's a small factory. I don't want it to take up a lot of space. Visibility nodes for that boards in is 0001. Come back over. That's all set. That's ends with the input product node right there. You can highlight the top one. You'll see where that and that's the only input product we have on this. So our input product of boards is done. Down to our register output products. OP, we're outputting barrels from this. So BARREL. Fill type is barrel. We'll keep the capacity so it holds 20,000. Object spawner capacity 1,000. XML file name is going to be BARREL palette.xml. This is always a fun part of the show because I have to find a palette. The palette that we used to spawn from the barrel factory. Now, if I go back to my PV17 Industries, sometimes I get lucky. And I can type in barrel. And then if I open the barrel i3D file, oh, wait, not that one. I see something. I see a barrel palette i3D right here. Let's see if that is the proper size, shape, and good looking barrel palette that I am looking for. We'll load that up. Hey Dave, why do you have no sell points for the new orchard? Because you didn't show up at the beginning of the show when I released it today. But the sell point for the orchard, exclamation point farmer's market. We will be adding sell points but a lot of those orchard products are going to be going into factories eventually. So with that, right now you're just getting the farmer's market. Yeah. I'm just messing with you. But exclamation point market will bring up the link to the farmer's market. You'll also be creating trash, so you're going to want to click exclamation point trash and get the link for the sellable trash place as well that you can put on your map. So I have this lovely fillable barrel palette that we're going to use. We've got a palette with barrels. File. Export selection. I don't think that's the one I used though, but we'll use it for this. Export selection with files into my barrel factory, and we're going to call it BARREL PALLET, just like there, and we're going to save it. Get the parent Get the game relative paths. Don't save the changes. Come over into my barrel factory, and I now have my barrel palette. Funny thing is, very often things get mapped to the wrong place. If there's a dot dot in front of this, then it's wrong. But I'm going to check the files that came with it. Barrels, textures, Goldcrest Valley. So I should have barrels, textures, Goldcrest Valley. And I do have the barrel diffuse normal specular. Right in the base folder, I should have my palette normal, my palette specular, my texture decal 1 is texture decal 1, but this one here, the palette diffuse, did not come over. However, I think I have it from the I should have it in here from somewhere from the other one. Oh, I probably didn't copy it. Let's go back to the open copy. Map class, palette factory, textures, palette diffuse. We're going to copy that one because that's the one it's looking for. It's pretty basic. I'll put it right in the root folder, and I can delete all of this. So I knew every now and then some of these silly things don't get linked correctly. So I check in there. It's very few graphics files. Everything should be okay. If I go back in now into my barrel factory and I open up my barrel palette, I should, it's exclamation point market, M-A-R-K-E-T, none of that marketplace or farmer's market. Recon, grab it up. The factory script, global company script, it's on global company's website. I got a link here somewhere. Let me see if I can get it for you. LS Mod Company, Global Company. Here, simple way. lsmodcompany.com. Go there, you'll find it. The Global Company scripts. That's what we're using. So back over to. So we've got our barrels. Our barrels are right here. Our new ones, everything looking good. We've got the crazy little stickers. I don't know if I really care for those. We've got them in, is it in this group? Yeah, I'm going to get rid of those. I don't really like the decals on there that much because they're not actually on the barrels themselves. There. We can do that. So we're working on the barrel. This is a little bit tricky, but I've been working through it. First thing I do, I've been trying to fix a lot of these things. I'm going to cut everything out of here, and I'm going to paste it below it for a reason. Because this box right here, this collision box is extended way too high on my palette. And it was never changed. So if I look at the rigid body, it's compound collision bit 24. Okay? Got it, and it's set to dynamic. I'm going to turn off this rigid body so I can now adjust my size on the y-axis down to point. I'm going to get it down closer to where the top is supposed to be. 0.78. Nope, a little bit higher. That is pretty good. I can adjust that. Now I'm going to take that, edit, and this is important too, freeze my transformation on the scale, apply, so it turns these all back to 1. Then I'm going to turn on my rigid body, go back, change it back to dynamic compound collision, bit number 24. Everything on that is up. I didn't hit the right button there. Clear, bit 24. Okay. Everything on that is back to normal. Highlight the top one to the bottom, edit, cut it. Oh, my editor just crashed. It does that sometimes, and I hate when that happens, when you're working with this stuff. We got to go back and do it again. The editor will crash when you're messing with the compound collision stuff every now and then. So let's see. We got to go all the way back to the beginning. All the way back to this. Cut. I'll save it before I do the... I think we take the rigid body off. I think we were at 0.74. No, maybe a little bit more. 0.75. I can't remember what we were at, but I want it to be about the height of the... And you don't want it actually to be clipping into your pallet or you won't get through your fork. So once you have it, edit, freeze your transformation on your scale, close, save. I'm going to save it right now. Now I'm going to put my rigid body, dynamic compound collision, bit 24. Worked that time. Save. Grab my board palette viz down to the bottom. If you highlight the bottom one and then go to the top, you're going to have them all in the wrong order. I've done that before. And it makes a mess. Paste it back in. Now I have the outline a lot closer to where the actual barrels are. I'm just correcting some things. I know the pallet attacher trigger, everything looks pretty good. What I'm going to do is create a primitive cube, edit, cut that out. These are things I have to do with my pallet every time. So I've done it many times, and I'm going to name that tension belt node. And in the shape, I'm going to click on the CPU mesh. I am going to bring that up, and we're going to resize that so it covers the pallet as close as possible. So we'll scale it to 2 is too wide. I'll bring it down to 1.9, and I just keep moving it down because this is where tension belts would wrap around the object. So 1.6, the barrel's starting to show through on that. 1.68 is pretty close. That looks good to me. On the Z side, we'll try something similar. 1.6 is too far. 1.5. That's got it pretty good. A little bit off on that side. So we're gonna try to get it, and I like to keep that at 0 actually. The translations, because I don't know if it'll mess with it. So we're just gonna keep expanding that out a little bit, tiny little bit more. 1.54 maybe? No, we're gonna have to go up a little higher. 1.6. Whoops, forgot the point. That's what happens when you forget that. That's pretty close. This is where the tension belt node is gonna be able to go across. The Y is probably the most important one on this. Why? Because I don't know. We're gonna put it at the bottom of the pallet, just showing through. Make sure it covers the top of the pallet, because it'll, well, basically your tension belt will clip through that barrel when it grabs it. If you tie things down with your tension belt, it's not going to be too bad. I think we can go up one more little point, 1.56, and we've got it pretty well covered. Then you just take that and turn your visibility off, and it's there. Your tension belt node is in place. We're going to save that pallet. We're going to go into my barrel pallet XML file and just verify and change. Barrel pallet is the name. I'm not worried about any store icons because we're not showing them in the store, all that stuff. So we can skip everything else. We don't care about prices. If you wanted to put these barrels in the store, you could put them. You just have to change show in store true, can be sold. True, you can change the price for how much you want people to buy a pallet of barrels and all that fun stuff if you wanted to. I'm leaving the size at width 2, length 2, which is pretty standard. Center of mass and everything, I'm leaving at where it is because it works well on my, I'm using the pallet, and that's what we had it set for, the pallet of pallets. So we're good with 100. Fill types is going to be barrel, B-A-R-R-E-L. Capacity is 1,000. Start fill type is barrel. Fill root node is 0, which is the main node. It's going to fill the, so we don't have to worry about that. I know that. 0 caret. Empty speed 99999. This is when, on the smaller pallets that have a less quantity, I had to knock this down. I'm going to knock the barrel empty speed down to 500. That will empty it slower, but it's still pretty good. A pallet of 1,000 will empty in like under 10 seconds. Can be discharged automatically is set to true. Going right down. Dynamic mount trigger is your dynamic mount trigger right here. You have a node down below. It's set to 0, 0. What used to be called the pallet attacher trigger is now the dynamic amount trigger. That trigger right there is what shows you the amount that's in your pallet when your forks hit it. So it goes in between your little thingy mabobbers there. But mine on this pallet is 0, 1. So over here, we need to change this to 0, 1. And then my tension belt shape is where the tension belt grabs, and I just added that in. And it is on 0, 13. It's hidden, but that's where the tension belt will grab. So we just change that node to 0, 13, and then our pallet is done. So we can go back over to my barrel factory XML, and now the barrel pallet XML is linked and it will load. Object spawner area we are in. We have an object spawner area right here for my output product, and it has a start and end node. Start one and end one right here. We're going to cut that out. We're going to paste that up here. And I need to go into the i3D file make sure my barrel's saved. Close that down. Up to here. So we have to pick a spawn point for our barrels, and I'm thinking that a very nice spawn point for barrels will be right over here. So I'm going to, in my main group here, I'm going to close up a couple of these because we're beyond that stuff a little bit for now. I'm going to create a transform group, cut that one, and I'm going to put it in here, and I'm going to name it barrel spawn, make it easy for me to find it later. Try not to use spaces in any of this, you'll just create havoc. And then I'm going to copy it and paste in that group a start point, and depending on how you want to do it, I usually edit paste right inside the start point. Sometimes I do, it doesn't really matter, it's just how we're going to call this end right there. But there is a reason why I do this. You will get errors. So we got the barrel spawn. I'm going to take the start point and I'm going to put a click right there, and I'm going to grab the end point. The important thing is that your end point, your X value goes up and is a positive number. You will get an error with this script that the start point is not, the end point has to be higher, X value has to be higher than the start point. I do know also from this that it requires, we'll probably get only about 2 pallets in this area because of the, I'm going to bring that over a little bit closer. 3 might be able to, a little bit more than 3, we might be able to get 3. No, we're only going to get 2 probably on this one. Because they're about 1.5, I think, or a little bit more that it needs. It might need 2, so we'll see. We'll see how many we can get in that spawn area. But we've got, you got to make sure that your X value goes up. If it doesn't, you can always spin the barrel spawn if it's moving, because depending on your orientation of your start point, you can always spin the base node, so when you do your start and end, you're getting a higher X value. It's important on this for that to work. Onward. Another thing I want to make sure of is that, because there's a trigger on the ground, and I did it again, is that my spawn point is actually on the ground level, and you could do it a little bit above it so you make sure, and the Y will be fine because all we did was move it. So yeah, make sure it's back down. I set it on this player trigger all the time. So we have a start node of 70 and an end node of 700. If we come back in here, look for start 1 and end 1 down below. We're gonna go 70 and this one's 70. So on this pallet factory I did it the other way and I put it below it, but I found that this is the easiest way to, so end node is 700. Then we get to move on. So we have our pallet spawn point in. I am an idiot. Here I was deleting the old triggers and importing new trigger groups. No, oh, trust me, Brew Crew, I do that all the time. I very often do it just so I know I don't screw it up. That's why I went back and checked the pallet trigger in the past, just up until recently, until I got more used to the numbers, which is like I'm on my my 20th factory, or probably 20th trigger right now. I was doing the same thing. You can look at the pallet factory and you will see that I have triggers that I imported from other ones just so I wouldn't get the numbers. But now that I've done it so many times, I know, got it pretty good. I still get confused at which one's 24 bit 24, which one's 30 and all that stuff. But hey, It happens. So we got our object spawner area. We got to check the digital display for the output of barrel. We have output display 1. So we're going to move that up here. And if you don't have the nodes, you got to create them. That's all there is to it. Output display 1. Come over here. If we look at my barrel, let's see. Output trigger, barrel, displays, right here. It's buried in there. It's 1000, 1 with 3 zeros. So out display 1 is going to be 10, 0, and 0. Oops, and that's not a 0. That will, there. That's a 0. But where is that display? We're going to put it, we're going to take it, and I think I'll put it right over here on the side of my building, right about where the pallets spawn. So you will see your pallet. Now we could create a whole visibility group for the barrels too. There never was one on this. I mean, if I wanted to stack barrels up around the back, but Barrel Factory isn't used too much. We'll be making whiskey and vineyard barrels later. But if I wanted to create a visibility group for the barrels, I'd have to find a place to do it. On this right now, I'm not as concerned. I will have the display over there. I guess I could probably at least put this barrel over there so you know that that's where the barrels are going to come out. We can do that. Although then I'm going to get into trouble because my spawn point will be, maybe I could stick it way back in the corner. I don't want to get it into my spawn point or we'll have issues with the barrels not spawning. So we'll stick that back there for now. There. We'll put that barrel right up there. We got the display over there. Onward down my Barrel Factory XML. OP barrel out display 1, output products. All my output products, there's only one, are registered. Now we create the workings of the factory, which are the product lines. So product line, auto start true, fine. Barrels per hour, I'm going to lower that down, so it's going to take you maybe won't be that cruel. 500 per hour, so it'll take you 2 hours to produce a barrel. Global company placeable barrel factory product line 1 references this here, which is barrel production. Show and GUI set to true. Save that. Input product IP boards 100%. Output OP barrel. And we lose some of the boards, so I'll leave that at 80%. You can change the percentage. So you put in 10,000 boards, you're going to get 8,000 in barrels. So it's not 100 per 100. Then we go to our player trigger node, which is labeled player trigger, which we come down here. And there's our player trigger. We'll cut that and we'll put it up here. And we gotta go back over to the i3D file, and we already have our player trigger, and it's at 0, 2, so it's at 2, and that's what it's set to. So that is done. And operating parts. Some of my factories have lots of animations and lots of stuff in these operating parts. We have a sound node. Now if you go to any factory that you've imported from before, you will have a work animation section. There's some smoke nodes, particle system smoke. I don't think they were even hooked up, no. If it did, oh well, yeah, we can do that. We'll bring that over. So that is a chimney node. We'll show you a little bit here. Control B, click. That is a chimney node for PS smoke, and so is that one was probably right on here. We'll put the nodes on the chimneys. There are no animations, but there is a sound file. Mixer work. Now we got to check for all these, and that's where it gets a little bit tricky, because they usually don't import. But we see the old name it used. PS was the folder. Smoke is the i3D file. So if I come over to my folder for my barrel factory, I don't even have a particle systems folder. I'm going to just create a new folder, and I'll just call it PS like they did before. PS. All right. I got to go back into the old map and do a search for SMOKE, and I do have my Smoke i3D file right here. I'm going to open its file location, and I have it right here. Smoke particle DDS. So I'm just checking. Now I don't know if that one wasn't the one that was on the barrel factory. So sometimes the smoke, this was on the saw one in the slow B mod. I do have several smoke. I wonder if I can. That one is in particle systems, industry shared, industries map, PS. Let's open that file location. Yeah, we can grab it. We're going to grab, so we're going to look at the Smoke i3D. We need the particle system shader we're going to point to, so we just need the Smoke particle DDS file with it. And the shapes file. So if I get this, and there should be a Smoke particle DDS file right here, and the Smoke i3D shapes. I'm going to copy those, and I'm going to go in my barrel factory and put them in my particle systems folder for smoke. I'm going to open that back up, and I'm going to change this, because I think we didn't bring the shader over for a reason. I'm pretty sure the particle system data shaders in-game files I'm looking at, GHH, we don't have a particle system shader in there. So we do need the particle systems shader file as well, because in-game shaders doesn't have it. So we will have to go back to that folder and grab the particle system shader. Now, this is getting fun. And open that up, because it's an old file, and sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. Change the version number to 4. It almost always has worked for me, just changing the version number, but you'll get an outdated custom shader if you don't change the version number. So, let me save this. So we got a particle system of smoke in there twice. Again, because I often get lost, I need to know my format of the text for the particle systems. I am going to go back into my map class and find, pick a mod. The pallet factory didn't have any. We can go into the one that I like to use when I need to do this stuff, because it has everything, is that well, the board chipper does pretty good. That has lots of particle systems. but so did the compost maker. So if I go and open the composter, that had a ton of different types of, it pretty much covers everything except for the whatchamacallit, the animation objects. If I look at the composter though XML file, you will notice that the operating parts on that thing are a little bit crazy down here, because we have sound nodes, animation nodes, and that's how it goes. Effect types. So we're going to copy that over to my operating parts. We've got the sounds, and I'm going to put in effect types section, particle systems. We're only going to need 2 lines. We've got particle effect, and it's going to be smoke. SMOKE 1. We got 2 of them, so we're gonna name one smoke 1, SMOKE 2, and it's in my folder PS, and it's the smoke i3D. And we're gonna do the same thing for the bottom one. They both point to the same i3D file, but we need to get the nodes for the 2 particle effects added into my i3D mappings, and I'm editing the Chipboard factory XML by accident. So let's close that and do it actually in the barrel factory XML all over again. Things that I do. Down. Operating parts. Oh, I gotta open up the composter. Grab it again. Yeah, be careful that you don't do stupid things like that. And then save it. That would make it a mess. So yeah, we'll put it in the right one. Redo that all over again. Particle effects. We got our particle systems. Smoke 1 and smoke 2. And it's in the PS smoke. I think that's, gotta make sure the i3D file. I'm gonna just double check and make sure that's the name of it, because I mess that up sometimes. Yep, capital S. That's a very important thing. Make sure you got the spelling exactly right to match the particle system. And so we have to add the nodes in for those 2 particle systems down here, smoke 1 and smoke 2. We'll put 2 more lines in here that match up above. SMOKE1, SMOKE2, node number for smoke 1 matches in here, and it is 300, and smoke 2 is going to be 301. So 300, 301. Links are to smokes. We do have 1 audio file in there. So we'll move that up, and audio 1 is going to be pointing to my sound mixer work right here. Mixer work is node 320, which is already set correctly. So those things will actually turn on because that is your operating parts section. When the factory's operating, we should see smoke from the chimneys and we should hear the mixer work sound. And with that, we've reached the end of the XML. We didn't put any lights in yet, but we can do that later. We can shrink that back up, take out some of the extra space between the i3D mappings. Just clean it up a little bit. And at that point, we have one whole production factory right there. Currently, you can build a second one right below it and start another production factory and put two right in the same thing and use some of the same nodes. So yeah, that's what we're going to be doing when we're building. But if we've got everything right, we've got a full XML file for the barrel factory. The only last piece of this puzzle is checking my sound file. And you'll notice that it is there, but it also is a wave file. So with there, I'm going to come over here, and this is the way I usually do this. I'm going to bring up a new tab and wave to OGG. The website I was using earlier didn't work. This one did. You can find these online. And it's very simple. If you have the folder open, you can drag on this wave to OGG file, upload, start conversion, and save it to open folder, cut that out, paste it in here, and delete the WAV file. And now you have your OGG file, so you won't get the wrong sound file being used in your mod. Alright. Now, one thing I did, and I'm giving you a few little tips and tricks here because it helps. We have pretty much a completed factory that should work. I'm going to close that down for a minute. If we go back to my folder that we created that in, let's see, it's on my desktop and it's called very simply Barrel Factory. Now what I like to do at this point, we do have one more thing to do actually. But what I like to do is, and I don't think we really have to do it. No, we really don't have to do it. I am going to rename this folder to FS19. If you needed to do an output because you had a lot of pieces you brought in, that is the one way you can create a second folder to output to and not have to change all your, because it will ignore the FS19 when you do all your XML stuff, and then you can add it in later. So I just dropped the FS19 in there afterwards, and I usually export to that folder, but we don't have a lot of little pieces. We'll have lights in there. The Barrel Factory i3D and the Board Palette i3D are the only two we need. You can export and it'll take out everything, but then you got to copy over all your shaders. The file should be really small, so I'm not too worried about it. We've got our FS19 Barrel Factory folder. We don't have lighting yet. We can add that in a bit if we like what we get. But if I add that to my zip file, we have, it is pretty big, 40 megabytes. So yeah, let's do the export like I was going to do. So I'm going to go back, and I don't know why it's that big, but let's take that back off. And we'll do it the way we were gonna. So we have Barrel Factory. On my desktop here, I'm gonna create a new folder. And I'm gonna call it, oh, probably because it has Sawmill pieces, who knows, FS19 underscore BARREL FACTORY. Just got to make sure we don't miss any pieces. We open up the first barrel factory. And I'm going to export it to this new folder. And it'll clean up a lot of stuff, but we're going to have to make sure we grab all the other stuff that we need. But we should be able to drop quite a few textures and things, hopefully. So file. Let's see. We're going to select the barrel fabric. We don't need the plane underneath. File. Export selection with files to my desktop FS19 barrel factory folder, and we're going to make sure that the i3D is named the same. Barrel factory. Everybody following along? Do you have to convert wave to OGG? It will give you warnings in your log if you don't, so I recommend it. And it's very easy to do. I'm going to get the parent directory, save game relative paths. I exported that thing. So I now have 2. But we need to make sure we have all the working parts, which include the XML files, the GCC checker, the mod description. The palette files are for the palette on the barrel palette, which we also need. So we do need all of those. And if we're missing anything when we're done, we'll know. We'll have white spots. Everything else, oh, we need the sounds. We got to make sure my sound is in there on this one. And it isn't, so we want to put the sound file over, because that often doesn't get carried over. We'll see how much space we save. And we're going to need that whole PS folder, the particle systems folder. So we have our particle systems back linked up. If we have everything, we'll find out when we get in the game. But next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to open up my barrel. Oh, not the barrel palette. Well, we might as well check the palette, make sure we got all the graphics on it, right? I didn't export the palette, and I'm sure we're missing the barrel graphics themselves, because that's what I do. Yep, notice that? No barrel graphics. So let's take a look and make sure we grab those, which are the barrels texture, Goldcrest Valley, barrels diffuse normal specular. We've got the palette. We eliminated the decals, so that isn't too important. Barrels. So we'll, yeah. We'll grab the whole, that's where it's pointing to, so we need that whole folder over here as well. And just because I don't want to be missing this if it asks for it, I'm going to put it in there. I know I removed it, but for some reason it's still in there after we saved it. I'm putting it in the base folder. I just need to make sure I don't get any errors. So we got the barrel palette back to normal, hopefully. I'm going to open up the barrel factory. There's a lot that goes into this, but what do we got? That's a couple hours. I figured it'd take a couple hours to get through this one for the first run. The next thing I wanted to do with my thing is I'm going to Alt print screen. I'm going to come over here, and I'm doing all of my, I'm color coding these if you haven't noticed. Edit, paste into new image. We're gonna crop out this part right there. I don't need the tag on that. That one image, crop to selection. I'm gonna come in here, highlight, drop out the back. I'm going to then come over here, and I like my orange background. I want my orange background. So I'm gonna select that, fill it, edit, select all, copy, paste into new layers. So keep canvas size. I'm just gonna shrink that down until it fits. I could have shrunk it down before I imported it, but you know, I'm gonna resize it up so it looks halfway decent and make myself a Barrel Factory image and switch over to, okay, adjustments, layers, merge layer down, so I can come over here, select my text box. I think I'm up at 48 points. Barrel. Oh, see, that's edit, deselect. I'm half in and half out of a box. I just eyeball this stuff. Works for me. File, save as. Store DDS back out there. And we're good with that. Now we have our store image, so we can zip this thing up. And we should have our first test version of a Barrel Factory ready to go. I will copy that back into my map class. And I'm going to remove any of the open folders that I just used temporarily. And this is, my disk drive needs to be cleaned out. Every time I do stuff like this, I end up with, let's see how much we got right now. I have to keep emptying my recycle bin after I get, I've got 41 items in my recycle bin. 1,873 files gone. Okay. So now I got my Barrel Factory. Let's go in and see if anything is broken. And see if it will link up okay to my whole system that we have going on. We'll start a new save game. Nothing ever works right the first time. So there's always one, all it takes is one little character and you got it messed up. But if I come down here, I should have an orange icon somewhere in here that has a Barrel Factory attached to it. Right there it is, Barrel Factory. Alright, that's a good sign. Turn off my seasons mod. Let's start this game up. And that will be one more piece of the puzzle. Then we just tomorrow and between now and finishing up Wednesday, hopefully we'll get a paper factory and a storage building ready for you guys and get the whole package deal out. But I wanted to knock off the Barrel Factory tonight in a couple hours. And if all this testing goes well, we just did that, but we'll see. So we'll start up. I've got to grab a bunch of cash, grab my piece of property here. I'm gonna just come over and grab the first. I'm gonna grab the Sawmill 2 extension. We don't need the big one. Make it simple for the test. I want to make sure it hooks up and works well with this, so we've got a Sawmill 2 extension. Let's make sure, because it's a new save game, activate your extended placeable so you can place things on top of each other. And then we'll go into purchase a barrel factory, which is a very small building, and orientation. Wow, is that small compared to the other stuff? I might scale the whole thing up because it looks like it might be like scaled down to begin with. We only need to, yeah, that trigger is going to be small. So is it like scaled down, or was that really that small, the barrel factory? Let's go check it out. We're going to need some adjustment to do. Did the whole group like get shrunk? It looks like it's a midget compared to the other things that we had in there. But we can blow it up in size. That's not going to be too much of an issue. It actually is pretty small. The only question I have is my trigger is going to be pretty small as far as the barrel factory is in there. I don't know if it's going to catch all the boards, or I might have to expand that whole trigger thing as we spawn boards out there. But let's open up the menu. Make sure barrel factory is reading good. We have boards and barrel outputs. We can buy the boards directly, but I'm curious as to my Sawmill extension, what's going to happen. We might have to expand at least the input trigger area. See, this is a little adjustments. You never know. It's so weird working on that in the editor. I wouldn't even have thought. Get some boards. Oh, did I not start my product line? No, I didn't. So here it is, nighttime. Open my overview menu. Start. Get me some boards. Alright, we have boards. But now it's dark again. So when I spawn these, I'm sure my triggers are going to need it. I didn't realize. It looks so small. Look at how small the decal is. So it must have been scaled down or something. Alright, we've got some daylight. Sawmill extension, open. Yeah, I think we got a problem with the input trigger for boards. It didn't take a single board. Something is, let's see, where's the trigger? The trigger is down there. So, we got some work to do because my trigger's got something weird going on. I gotta figure out what my scaling. There's the display trigger. I see that, but that's my trigger, and it missed the center of the palette completely, and it's really small. So let's go in and see what we got going on with my dinky little factory. It's almost like the scale was set wrong on the building, and I didn't even notice it. Well, Rome wasn't built in a day. That's right. It was tiny. I'm gonna see if I can do something about that. We can always. Is it that small? Was the barrel fabric reduced in size from the beginning? No, it's scaled 1:1:1. It was just small, I guess, in the other one. So let's go and find number one. We've got some viz issues here. I don't want to scan this. We're going to try to grab these. We're going to expand at least the trigger. I see, that's the tough part when you have all the boxes around. Is getting underneath them without moving them. Here, we're going to move. Here, let me get my plane back so I can see where the ground level is. It always helps. I don't care what size it is, as long as I can see ground right now. Okay. There, I got it. So that is definitely smaller scaled. I think they're like... Oh wait, yeah, that's better size trigger, that's for sure. But I want the exact fill root node pallet trigger. I'm making them bigger. We're gonna see if we can get this to function. We're gonna see if we can just make a few adjustments. The barrel factory is small. Shift Control C. Shift Control V. There. Now I want to get that. I'm trying to get that little boards thing blown up. But if I don't get really close to it, I keep getting the trigger that's on top of it. So where is it in here? Da da da. Ground decal boards. There we are. Yeah. On most of the maps, this is blown up to at least 1.5 by 1.5. And I'm going to move that one down a little bit more. Made my trigger a lot bigger and a little bit further away. We'll see if that works any better. It should. We didn't get any errors. Am I on the GUI camera? That is the question. I created a new camera, but it deleted my new camera. So yeah, it puts it back on the GUI camera. So I'll recenter that up. Probably because it was outside the group. Let's see if that triggers any better. Whoops, can't do that. Deleted the name. Now I will add lights to this before we release it too, but that part is pretty easy. I got to import a light from like the pallet factory and just put them out and set the nodes. But I want to make sure working parts are working. The cool thing is it actually spawned in. If it doesn't grab the boards this time, then we got other trigger issues to look at. But I think we're gonna get it. I think we are. Da 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 da. We'll find out in a minute. Loading, loading. I wonder how many hours of my life I've wasted looking at loading screens. I'm sure it's a pretty good number, especially with all this testing stuff. If I go into my, I'm going to turn that on right away. Open up your mini map. You'll see it marked with Silt Station and Lime. They will be marked. One of them is just across the river from the city and up by the port on Industries. That's where you buy silt. And lime can be bought right at the the fertilizer company in the city on that map. And if you don't have the triggers, it's because you didn't use you have to copy lines into those save games. You have to add objects. Yeah, you might run into that issue too, because those triggers were added afterwards. So they'll be in the new save game file. We went through that. Man, you got to keep up with the broadcast, because that stuff's like six weeks ago. I might have to do that later, another time. But in the items XML file in your save game. Oh man, let's get this test done first. You're not gonna have them on yours because you're converting a previous save game. Where are we? Did I buy the property? I think I did. Let's see. Yeah, they have to be added into your save game file. It's a couple lines that copy into your items XML file, and I will show you that in just another few minutes. I think we've went over that a couple thousand times. All right, we got a wider trigger, but man, is it still small compared to what the other ones were. It should work though. Let's go down there. Yeah, I have to work too sometimes. Yeah, I understand. It gets crazy. Let's crank up a board factory and get some boards here on extension 1. See if we hit triggers at all. It's still smaller for some reason. It's just so tiny. Start it up. Creating boards. There, we got full boards. Yes, it's going in. So we've got good product placement. We've got 12,000 boards, and we should have a board number right there. Did I spawn all my boards, or did I? Nope, we still got more. I was gonna say we usually have 20,000. I was probably standing. Here, let's see if we can get the rest of them out there. So there, my boards are into my barrel factory, and I can crank up the speed here and create some barrels. They create a lot slower. Remember, it's a barrel factory. We're gonna crank it for a couple days here, get some barrels. I don't think we're gonna be able to spawn more than a couple pallets at a time. Now I know why. The thing is tiny. But it's a little cute barrel. Alright, we're out of boards. Wait for daylight to come. So it created barrels that should spawn right over here. We got 1,599. Control G. barrel factory. We are not able to output my barrels for some reason. And this is where we get into the object spawn. Here, let me save the game because we don't have to repeat this whole process if I do this. Escape, Q, save game. So yeah, I ran into the same thing. Start node X translation of end node must be greater than the start node. Didn't I fix that? Didn't I put that? X translation of the end node must be greater than the start node. Incorrect translation for end node. I thought I did that 100% correctly, but apparently it doesn't like the way I did it. So let's go check it out. We've saved it. We can spawn. It is going good, Mousy Moo. Alright, it is all Milton's fault. He said when we were playing that I needed work more and prayed. Needed work more and prayed for you. Alright. Alright, so let's see. I'll help you out with that real quick. So if you go into your industries, save games, it creates in your items XML two other lines. Or let's see, documents, my games, farming sim on the new save game you created. I'm gonna guess that items XML, edit with notepad. I'm gonna search for silt because that's the easiest way to find it usually. You don't want the fill type silt, but you want to find it where it says buying station placeable right there. Silt station, you're going to find that one. And you're going to want to do the same thing for the lime station or any ones that you're missing. So if you're missing silt and lime, and you might be missing liquid fertilizer as well, because that was added at the places. Copy that line right there from the one save game into your new save game at the bottom. I'm not going to save this file, but you want to put that whole item line in the bottom of your new save, your old save game. Take it from the new one, put it into your old one, like that. Check your ID number and add one to it so it would be like 120, so it doesn't overwrite any. And then you will add in your silt station XML link, and you're going to look for the liquid fertilizer one, which would be LIQUID. Just do the same thing. I don't know exactly. Oh, we might even have it in this. Let's do fertilizer. I can't remember what they're named, but if you look, you might be able to find it this way. There's a lot of things that have fertilizer in them in the map. I don't think that is going to do it. Lime. The other way to do it, buying station lime is right there. So if you just type in lime, you'll get, it'll say buying stations lime XML. And there is one in there. I don't know if I put it into industries, but I did put it in. Yeah, I did put it into industries. So if you look for buying station placeable too, if you highlight that, and thank you guys for the follows. Search, find, buying station placeable. You can go through all of them and find out it's in there somewhere. That's the gas station. That was already in there. That's a gas station. There should be 3 gas. There's the fertilizer was in there. Water fill triggers. Silt station. Seed station was in there. Liquid fert station. There it is. LIQ fert. So that's the third one you'd grab. You just copy those, put them into the bottom of your XML file, save that in your items XML, and you would be good. You'll get those triggers back in. Hope that helps you out there, TC. If it was anybody else, I don't know if I would have done that explanation again. uh, what are we working on now? We were on the factory. We spawned them in my nodes for my barrel spawns. Start. Oh, wait a minute. What did I do here? Start, end. Did I grab the wrong node numbers? Why do I have another start in my end? Start node is 70, end node is 700. X translation on start is 4. Yeah, we messed something up there. Because my start node, here, I'm gonna do it this way. I'm gonna cut it right out of there. That might be why I did it before. I always have difficulties. So we got a start node point of 4.6 on the X. We're going to copy these 3, Shift Control C to my endpoint. And then we're going to drag it across. And now my X value is higher than my... It has to be higher than the start one. I thought we did that. I don't know what happened. 4.661, 8.113. We have a start and end node. It's higher. We should get a spawn point now. But we have to change the node. Start is 70, end is 71. Barrel Factory XML. Start 70, end 71. There. One more time, we go in. Make sure we save. Oh, save my camera view too. Close that out. Close that because we're not in there. And we zip it up again. And we're going to start that same save game, so everything should be there and it should be working this time. Yeah, it's all good. It's out there. But that's the other thing it does. See, that's the tough thing with the way they did it. I mean, I understand why they did it, but it adds in things right from when the save game is started. And the way with the terrain editing, terrain changes that I make now, unless you do these resets, I can't make any more terrain changes to the map because you have terrain editing. Unless you edit your save games, you will lose anything. It won't recognize any changes I make to the map. Same way if I plant new grass, it doesn't. It always did that, but now if you level a mountain, I could level it, and you won't see it unless you start a new save game because with the terrain editing feature, they have to add that into your save game as well. So startup. So a lot of things. That's why I'm trying to now the changes that I have coming, adding new products and stuff. That's pretty easy. The placeables work great because they don't require too much added in. Eventually, these placeables, they were going to add the ability to register the crops with the placeables as well in the fill planes and stuff, so we could add them in and then they could be used on any map down the road. But I don't know if I like that idea. I want you to use my maps. No. Let's go back to... I gotta run. Yeah, we'll run across the field. I spawned in up here. We'll go back to my barrel factory. And where we got Snowmark Carl, thank you for the follow as well. We got quite a few new followers out there tonight. So, if all works well, we'll get barrels out of this thing now. Which I really didn't have to be down here, but I want to see the barrels. And let's see, Control G, Barrel Factory. Open. Click. Nothing. What the heck's going on here? Do I not have... I might have to place it again. No, Object Spawner Barrel Factory. No start node or end node found. Now I'm not getting a start node or end node. Did I just change the nodes to the wrong node number? I'm getting to, you know, every show we do, I go overtime and I start doing more screw ups near the end. So I might not even have saved the I can't even, what am I doing? Oh, I'm stuck in that menu. I'm hitting Q. There. Q. I might not have even saved it before I did it. Do you get silt out of the mine? Not anymore. We had to remove silt from the map to make it seasons compatible. You can buy it at a silo. There is no more silt on the map. It's a buyable product. What did I do wrong, guys? We have my barrel factory right here. I might not. My nodes, I thought I had them right. My start node and end node. For barrel output. Barrel spawn start is 7, 0. Barrel point end is 7, 1. That's the way I saved it. Barrel Factory XML. Maybe I didn't do this one right. I didn't. 7, 0, 7, 1. I might have edited a different. Save that. Why is this? Oh, that's the old Barrel Factory. Before I switched to full. That's what I did. So 7, 0, 7, 1. Start end node. I'm pretty sure that we got it right now. I do that often. I get too many files open. Don't close them down. Edit the wrong stuff. Then you go back in and you wonder why. Why is it still not doing it? Did you start a new save game there, Card AT? Because if you didn't, and you're trying to continue an old save game since the mines where you've got lots, and I'm not going to go over that again. You'll have to watch this whole video back to convert it. But if you're on a new save game, it should appear on your map, on icon on your mini map to show you where it is, right across the river. But if you're on an old save game, you have lots of conversion work to do, and just watch this whole show back. We've covered everything on that needs to be done. To get you up to speed. Yeah, oh, you started a brand new one? Then it's right across the street from... It's right across the river from the city, and just up north a little ways is the silt buying station, and it will show on the mini-map as a point you can visit. Yes, it'll even show you how to update your vehicle XML file. Alright, we're good. Let's see if this works now. Because I'm getting tired. It's past my bedtime. Yes, it's there. We had to do that because the seasons mod actually takes 2 more ground types than we expected, and we edited the map to remove 2 types. Now stone is gone, but we're gonna have products. We're gonna have a stone crusher. We're gonna make pallets that are filled with stone, so they don't have to be a ground product. like we did before, but I'm gonna have to see how I'm gonna make that a placeable mod too. I'm gonna drive across now back to the city for this actually. Before I waste my time. Hey, look at that! We can spawn 4-barrel pallets. I just spawned them. Now, alright. I think I actually can run faster with the super fast mode than drive. So we should have 4-barrel pallets down here. Next to my barrel factory in that little area for us to pick up onto our loader. And if all goes well, they're sitting on the ground and they're not flying in outer space. Which they should be right there in that corner where we put the little markers. There they are, 4 pallets right there, ready to go. And the labels are still on them, so I don't know what happened there. But my collision is much better. One last thing I need to do is come over here and make sure I can pick them up with my loader, because it's always a good test. If I messed anything up with the barrels themselves, it was the pallet factory. We made adjustments to the pallet factory recently. If you haven't updated that this week. There were 2 things with it. Number 1, you could pick them up with a truck, but you couldn't pick up the pallets with a loader because I made them too heavy. And number 2, the pallets were set to the wrong quantity in the last one. So it would spawn the pallets with 1,000 but only use 300 of the product out of the factory. Little typo from converting the pallet factory using the orchard mod. I forgot to change the pallet size. But you could see that's probably the simplest factory, and you can see there's some time that went into that, and you didn't even see me exporting it out of the map and relinking everything, which was about another hour's worth of work. And that's without doing any additional modeling, any particle effects. Although we should fire it up one more time and check the smokestacks. I didn't do that yet. And I will add lights in, so it's still not even done, but it did take us quite a few hours here tonight to rip one of those off. And we've got very, very complex ones coming in the future when we get into those buildables. So they're main projects. That farmer's market definitely took a job to build as well. That one took me that was probably about a good 30 hours in the farmer's market. But you could see we've got our barrel pallet, and it goes on our pallet forks, and it lifts up pretty easy. And we can also put that on our little cart and take it away. Kind of cool. Let's get some more boards in there if we can from our sawmill extension. Turn it on. I'm going to just get a little bit more boards. There. Oh. Okay. And thank you, Kaz64, for the follow. So operating boards 1 extension, we're going to spawn the 3 pallets in. The factory started up. You can see, I don't know if you can hear it, but it is running. The noise comes on when it starts up, and I'm jumping up on the roof. And we have the smoke coming out of the smokestacks when it runs. If we stand back, can you guys hear that pretty well? Because my adjustments are kind of crazy on here. You might hear it louder than me. It sounds like you do. If we come back into the barrel factory and So the select camera view, yes, we like to look down and see what's going on. So that's working. We got that set. And if I stop production, you will no longer hear the noise. And the only thing I notice is those pallets are not collisionable. And I thought I turned the collision on, but I might have... Oh, why is it still making noise? Or was that this one? That's this factory. Okay, we're getting noise from that factory, but not this one. But you did see that the smokestacks turn off when the... So that's about all the little animation we have. The only thing I can think of is I want to check on... Hey, we can jump on the roof. It's so small over here, but it's cute. Yeah, this one's got the noise going and the log thing going. It's cutting up more boards. Visibility node on my collision node on my board palette. That's all I want to check, and then we're done. And then we have... I'm moving on to a paper factory. I'm not putting... my headset shut off. Sorry about that. I'm not putting a lot of animations and stuff into these because we've got a lot of factories with that stuff. I did a few. The wood chipper looks pretty cool. I added the wood chipping animations in there. I'm not very good at animations. I find what I can use. Can you add these productions into... These are just placeables right now. The ability to add productions into a map is there, but they have some bugs in it with the global company script set right now. So they are working on an update. When it fixes those bugs, we'll have some production. I like the fact that you can put placeables anywhere and let people build their maps, so I'm trying not to build too much into the map. I've built the maps so that you can build them yourselves for the most part. But there are certain features that would be really cool to build into the map in the future that, based on just what you've seen here with this buildable factory thing. Let's see. Rigid body collision. The board palette viz. It does have its rigid body set. I imagine I'd have to get collision on all the individual nodes to get that to work too. See, I'm just using the regular palettes input and turned to a static object. So that probably will solve the problem if I just check all the boards themselves on these two palettes. Into a rigid body. Usually it works if you select the first node, but you can add them. It's just more involved. Oh, I know you can add them, but there is a bug that is very possible. I mean, that is in single player, and it doesn't affect people if you're playing single player and making it for yourself. But there is a definite bug that they are aware of that hasn't been fixed, and you can add them in. But the fact is, the bug is there, they are aware of it, and they are said it will be fixed in the next version. And that bug is that if you build something into the map, you have to assign your... I've already done it all. You have to assign the farmland ID to where the factory is. So when the farmland actually purchased, then the person owns the factory that's on that farmland. Now, where the bug comes in is that if you don't own the farmland, you can, right now, you can still, at the beginning of a game, all your mods that are on the map will show up in your global company menu, even if you don't own the farmland, until it's purchased. You can, before it's purchased, you can put product in it, and it will throw a Lua error by buying products. It will throw a Lua error. Uh, in multiplayer, everybody will see that factory in their menu until it's bought by somebody. Then it removes it from everybody else's, and it will just show in the persons that bought it. But everybody can still put product in it and not get charged the money, and it'll throw the Lua error. So it's just one of those things. Yeah, I could make it if it was my map and it was I'm the only one that was going to use it, and I don't care, but the way things are here, people are going to use it, and then my mailbox is going to fill. I'm getting a Lua error. I'm getting a Lua error. It's the way it works. Or we're having problems on multiplayer. See, it's not a huge problem if you're making the map for yourself or doing your own thing, and I will be building stuff into the map as I see a need for it. I just don't. I want a benefit to building it in the map because I think there's a huge benefit to not building stuff into the map and letting people build their own stuff. So the benefits to building the map, as you look at this process that I'm creating, you could utilize this same process for a power plant. If you knew where everything was going to be, you could imagine this built into the map. Say you take one of these sawmills and you have all 10 extensions going, and you do a double placeable, so you have 20 extensions, and you can drop all your coal off at one power plant and power up 20 factories from one location. Now that's pretty cool stuff, but you need to know where those factories are going to be. And that's the benefit of having stuff built into the map versus, and just being able to do more missions between places with all these pallets. I mean, if I had a factory built in and it was at that one location all the time, I could use the pallets that are created from that factory in the mission set too. So, but I like the fact that you can customize the map far better and build up your own designs, and I've been looking forward to that since we started. Now, what did I have to check? My board visibility. I want to see if I can get that, if there's any collision on those. Get some boards in there. But yeah, there are advantages, and certain things would work great built into the map, but I prefer to create as I go. Yeah, now I got collision on them, so I can actually step on them. Alright, that's all I wanted. So I think if we're error-free now, which we are, we now have a fully functioning... Now, again, I didn't test the board. Well, the board trigger works, but we'll send this one on to the boys, and that one is ready to be added to the package of things that you can build. I mean, we get so much customization. Oh yeah, we got to do lights. Yeah, we got to do lights, but we got smokestacks, which I should, you know, there's the things that I could have added to this one too. The smokestacks, but then sawmills would have to be redone because we have stacks. I will have to remember smokestacks for future mods and just try to include them, especially on all the factories, so we have those things saved. I gotta start saving components like that, you know, to reuse on different factories once they're working. It was so easy to put a smoke node in and copy the particle system in the folder. And it adds life to the map, so we'll do more of that stuff too. There's so much that can be done. We're working on it. We're getting there. But we'll add some lights around this one, like the rest of them, so at night it'll give it a little bit of light as well. We've added lights to just about everything, and this is only a 2 place, but one of the cool things, I think that even though I think the board chipper was a pretty cool little, it's just a small little thing. There, see, that factory runs 2 nice little things now. I love the way they link together, but all the animations, and we can chip boards up, and then our paper mill will be actually attached to the back of this as well. But right now we do have coming out on Wednesday, if all goes well, the chipboard factory extension can plug into that one, and you just gotta kind of line it up like so, and now that will create the wood chips that can feed the chipboard factory, but you still have to add the glue to the chipboard factory, and then it will create chipboard. And we're going to make a paper factory, probably the same model, because there's no animation really, but that has a lot of lights on it too. So we'll probably reuse the same model with a paper output, add a water tank somewhere, or do something. Models are tough to come by. I like the looks that they all blend together. I want something that fits the look. If I find another model that I can use that will blend in nicely with these, I will use that for the paper factory, but I don't want to spend too much time searching when I got stuff to design. And that's just a 2 output little building. And at nighttime we have some lights out from all the little buildings around here, so you get a little bit of light here and there. We'll get some onto that building too. It's gonna look pretty awesome as you pull up and you see your building in the distance all lit up. Do you have any videos on how to add sand, coal, etc. into a map? We've done it. We've done it. Yeah. I've been very bad lately at posting these videos well, I'll have to go back and see which ones I can get up on YouTube. Check my YouTube channel. They're way back in the beginning of the map class. Yes, making of the map. That's when they first went in, and we did get those up. We've done all those, adding those products in. It's not that we've covered it numerous times. What I'm gonna do at some point when we get past all of the production and things slow down is I'm gonna really try to do a tutorial series, but it's gonna be a while. I'm just running around like a crazy person right now because I'm tired. I'm gonna try to do a tutorial series and just stick to one topic at a time. The video might be 15 minutes or it could be a 2-hour one, but we'll cover all of those topics and label them as such and just try to be more organized with that. But I got so much on my plate right now trying to get this stuff up and running that I'm not going back to do that yet. I would love to do that at some point. Alright folks, it's been a long day. I've been on here for almost 7 hours again today. Well, 6 at least. Thank you guys all for watching. Thanks to all the new followers and the subs and all you guys out there. We'll be back on Wednesday night sometime. I'm off all day Wednesday. We might be back earlier, but we'll get into finishing this package up. Hopefully by then we've got a paper factory to come and a storage for all these products, and then we're going to get these all out to you, and I think we'll be able to finish it at least by Wednesday night's show, if not sooner. So good night, and we will be back soon, and I'm looking forward to getting into the bigger factories. I know you guys are too. Get the buildable stuff in here. Have a great night, everybody.